This way, Maurice. Excuse me.
Student loan, our program, 4 years will be 4 years. You will not extend before 4 years to graduate a university. By the time, on your 4th year, you will be taken through that critical part. He said he wants to address the Nigerian youth. I'm now replying to the president.
Him an IPOB candidate. And I say to them, the difference between the leader and the followers is that the leader must first of all identify the destination and then persuade on the strength of his vision those who he wishes to have following him. But there are times, and we are in one of those times in Nigeria now, where we are actually in a leadership recruitment exercise. We are the ones who need to recruit our leaders. If our leaders are non-existent, and Nigeria has none, and Peter Obi has come out and is offering leadership qualities. He has proven himself in a state, even though there are people who challenges his records in Anambra, but it has traveled long enough for us to say that reasonably he must have done well in Anambra. Now, if he has done well in Anambra and is coming to Nigeria, he must understand something. The primary issue with Nigeria is that it has been destroyed beyond repairs. Destroyed by the years of the PDP, yes, but the job of destroying it beyond repair happened under General Buhari. So if you are going to be able to preserve Nigeria, you have to actually reimagine Nigeria and then sell your new image of Nigeria to the Nigerians. Because it's a democracy, it's not going to be all Nigerians that you can sell your ideas to. But if you sell your ideas to sufficient numbers as to propel a movement for change, then you are a leader. You can talk about moving from consumption to production all you care. But if the structure of the country is not one that encourages production, because what it actually wants is to impoverish those who live in the space, how do you increase production? If he is not talking about restructuring now, and he is propelled into office on the basis of the illusions of Nigerians who are hoping that a Peter Obi presidency might change Nigeria, would he be exercising the powers of a military dictator, or how does he intend to work with this skilled National Assembly? The only way Peter Obi wins is if he is able to galvanize a national movement. The only way he can galvanize that is to listen to the pains and yearnings of at least a majority in 4 out of 6 geopolitical zones in this country. We desire to see Nigerians freed from the shackles of this fraudulent constitution. Why is it impossible, if he knows, and he should know, he's intelligent enough to know, that the critical problem with Nigeria today are its evil governance structures, which are rooted in the 1999 fraud, Decree 24. Why is it impossible for him to galvanize us behind his own vision of the future that is rooted in restructuring? You can't change anything without restructuring Nigeria. It's not possible. So where is his vision for restructuring?
The great governor of Ebonyi State, His Excellency, Governor David Umahi, has said that university education is not for all Nigerians. He said this in support of his argument that it is unreasonable for all of you stupid people to expect the Buhari government to borrow money to pay ASU. We did not call him His Excellency Umahi the Great for nothing. Listen to the man.
There is no way the country Nigeria will go and borrow 1.1 trillion to meet ASU's demands. It's quite unreasonable.
Yes, there is no way the country Nigeria will go and borrow 1.1 trillion naira to meet ASU's demand. It is quite unreasonable. Very important point, you know. Now, Nigerians can borrow billions and give it out to unknown people in unknown markets in the name of trader money. That's okay. Billions, that's okay. And meanwhile, nobody that you and I know has ever received that money. Shishi, do you know anybody who got that money? Tell me. But getting 1 million students to go back to school, these are our tomorrow's doctors, lawyers, engineers. It is not important. Let them stay home. Here is the great governor of Ebonyi State at the graduation of his son somewhere abroad. I don't know, in the UK or Ireland, who knows. Take a look. Hey, yeah, what an adorable picture. The boy will go and do his master's degree, maybe PhD, return home, work for NNPC or the Central Bank of Nigeria, while your brothers and sisters, your children, and your nieces and your nephews will go and teach in your community secondary school. you know, that our people understand this very well. That is why everywhere you see His Excellency, Governor Umahi, thousands of his people come out to help him. They understand that all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Who did this to us? Who did this to us? Look at them. And
I was commending you on infrastructure. Your government has done quite a bit on infrastructure. But there is also something about infrastructure that is surprising to many Nigerians. You are carrying a lot of this infrastructure to Niger Republic. Road, rail, people are wondering, what is the attraction of Niger Republic? Why is there obsession by the Buhari administration towards Niger Republic?
How many neighbors do you have? Both on individual and the national rule. You have to cultivate your neighbor. If you don't, you are in trouble. If you could recall, when I came, I went to Chad, I went to Niger, I went to the Cameroon. Look at what happened with us Boko Haram. If we are not in the good relationship with Niger and Chad and Cameroon, Boko Haram would have done worse things to us than this. And you say I'm carrying to Niger. I told you the border between us and Niger is 1,500 kilometers. And in Niger, you see, I spoke to one Frenchman, and I have to tell you this. He spoke nonsense. I say, you people, in 1885, you sat down with ruler and pencil and draw lines. I say, I have first cousins in Niger. There are Kanuris, there are Hausas, there are Fulanis in Niger Republic. Just as there are Yorubas in Benin, Republic, and so on. You can't absolutely cut them off. But the rail, look at the plan, if you read the plan, how we are rehabilitating the rail. Niger, they have discovered oil too, as you know. And we don't want to allow them to go through Benin Republic. We want them to come through Nigeria. We hope they will decide when we take the rail up to Marathi that they will send all their exports and so on through Nigeria rather than through Benin. Because with the railways and the roads working, both from Maiduguri to Port Harcourt, from Kano to Lagos and so on, people will be very busy. And I believe if you make the infrastructure work, road, rail, I assure you that Nigerians will keep themselves very busy and they will leave you alone.
So, welcome to another edition of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. I'm coming to you today from Boston, Massachusetts. And this is a wonderful day in Nigeria and across Africa. And we are going to marshal out all the topics and all the issues in the news. Let me tell you, I was looking at the newspaper today, today's newspaper in Nigeria, the Sun newspaper. This is the headline: Nigeria loses trillions. The economy is in a frightening situation. Amount owed to farmers, 500 billions. Impact on GDP, $132.59 billion. Sit at home cost Nigeria, 19.6 billion every week. It's unbelievable what's going on in the country. And we're going to talk about all these things. Joining us now is our regulars. Let me see who is here. Ovie, the Kwankwaso guy. Welcome, Ovie. Ovie, can you hear me?
Thank you. This one that you are in Boston. I believe you went to the Shiran, Okija Shiran. Are you?
I'm cooking up something. Omori, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Doctor. Thanks for having me. It's always a delight to be here.
Nice to have you. Nneka, welcome to the show.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Yeah. All right. Let's start with
Ovie, there.
Ovie, where are you? Ovie Idahosa.
Hello. Gary. I don't know. I think they be Biafra. I don't know they be Nigerian. Nigeria also. You are speaking the true Nigerian language.
Nneka, welcome to the show.
Yeah, get in there.
Aiki the Godia.
Vin, welcome to the show.
Good. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Good afternoon.
Maybe one day we do this show in Hausa. It looks like everyone can speak Hausa.
Wallahi.
Nah.
We have 3 hours here.
Vin, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Now go to what is happening to Ghanaian currency? What is happening to Ghanaian money?
Yeah,
we are in serious trouble. We are in serious trouble.
What's wrong, Vin? What's wrong with Ghana?
We attack you first. What's wrong with Nigeria? Oh no, I am not afraid and not ashamed to expose what is going on here too. I will also, as I expose them, I will also expose the good ones. See, right now we are in a very serious problem because the president we have here is a president that borrows, that spends recklessly and borrows recklessly, and we are tackling him here. We are holding them on their balls. In fact, there are so many things that is going on. The parliamentarians, the minorities, are in serious talk with them. The meeting he has refused to hold with the parliamentarians, they are forcing him now to come in and explain how we get here. So he has a lot of questions to answer here. We are holding them responsible for it.
All right, let's start properly. So we are going to start with our first topic, which right now is the meeting between Bola Tinubu and Olusegun Obasanjo, the former president of Nigeria. Let's play a little bit of that video. All right, so that meeting has been analyzed, overanalyzed. Pictures from the meeting shown everywhere compared to the meeting with every other person in the country. Ovie, what is the implication of that meeting? Did anything good come out of it? Ovie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but you're breaking.
I'm breaking, or you?
Oh, is it me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Can anyone hear Ovie?
No, I can't hear him.
Okay. I think
he came on. It came on for a while, then go off.
I think it's.
Can you hear? Am I on now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Third world country, somewhere in Alabama. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you asked if anything come out of their meeting.
Yeah,
I don't think Tinubu went there to actually get any endorsement or anything concrete. I mean, he's smarter than that. He went there for two reasons. This is my own observation. He went there, I mean, to pay homage. No Yoruba people, you have to pay respect to the elders, regardless of the animosity between them. That apart, and two, and I think he went closer to actually know, where the man, where is alleged. I mean, if I use the word alleged, where he really focuses on in terms of as the game go forward, because it's obvious to everybody that Obasanjo as a candidate, be already. So Tinubu being a man who has been in the game like forever, is not that dumb to know to see that. But he go closer to see to actually have that feeling one-on-one for himself, to know if anything, or to actually assess Obasanjo reach to, if in case he wants to approach any of his boys within the Nigeria, even outside Nigeria, and to know where their sincerity is. I don't think Tinubu went there to say, okay, yeah, let this man endorse me or anything. He is smarter than that, and I think Obasanjo will not do that as well. But
All right. Let's hear from Omori. Omori, what do you think about the meeting?
Yeah, thanks, Doctor.
Does it matter really? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, no matter how you see Obasanjo, people have different names for the character of Obasanjo. There is one man, he has failed us in the past, no doubt. He has wasted two golden opportunities. One as a military head of state, second one as a civilian president. But no matter how you look at Obasanjo, it's one man that is detribalized. So he's not going to play the tribal card with anybody, not even a Tinubu. And we should not forget in a hurry that they are not the best of friends. So it wasn't in any way, related or construed to make an endorsement. I take you back to let me give you a bit of a historical perspective. In 1979, during the Second Republic, there was a contest between Awolowo and Shagari. Even amidst the constitutional, amid the controversial two-third majority, he handed over to Shagari, not minding his brother from Ogun State, Awolowo. So there is this beef some people see it as see Obasanjo as the tribalized. Some other people also see it as the beef among the Yoruba leaders, especially those of them from Ogun State. Don't forget what he said during the MKO when June 12 was annulled. He said he wasn't the Messiah. So, I don't also forget the role he played towards the emergence of Jonathan. If not for Obasanjo, those political maneuvering and calculations, it wouldn't have been possible for a minority in Jonathan to emerge as president of Nigeria. We don't have the numbers from the South. So he's one destabilized individual. We're talking about whether it was an endorsement for Tinubu, far from it. So if Obasanjo, like he said when he was about leaving office in 2007, he said we may not know those that will be the president. Certainly we know those that will not be the president. If you ask Obasanjo today, Tinubu should be one of those that will not be the president if he has his way. So I don't know at who he stands. That meeting was initiated, but they also have one thing in common here. As much as Tinubu will not want, as much as Obasanjo will not want Tinubu to be the president, he doesn't also want an Atiku who is trying to be faster than everybody, even smarter than his shadow, to take advantage of the situation. So you cannot probate and reprobate at the same time. Atiku cannot be smarter than everybody. In as much as he doesn't want a Tinubu, he doesn't want the advantage to go to an Atiku either, for trying to take everybody for a ride. So I think it was this is we're walking into this is an electional period. They have a right to meet whoever you want to meet with. This is one thing that is not okay with me. Politicians can do anything to reconcile among themselves. Don't forget what people said about Obasanjo a few years ago. It should be thrown into the dustbin of history. It's an expired whatever. Now overnight,
Amore,
he has been able to. They can reconcile for what they want for their selfish interest, but they cannot do anything for the masses. This is my greatest pain. Thank you very much.
All right, I'll come back to you, Amore. Let me play that video you mentioned of Tinubu talking about
student loan. Our program, 4 years will be 4 years. You will not extend before 4 years to graduate the university. By the time on your 4th year,
all right,
you will be taken through that.
Okay, I got the wrong video. I'll find it before we finish. Neka, let me ask you. We know that Obasanjo during the last election opposed Buhari, but Buhari won. So what's the point of people going to Obasanjo? Is he that influential?
I'm going to start by quoting a common phrase that you always use with your videos. Who did this to us? Saying that, Obasanjo is not my role model, so I don't know. It doesn't matter who goes to him or who doesn't go to him. I think that at this point, all we Nigerians should actually focus on the truth. And it doesn't matter if it's my grandfather who is running and he doesn't have the integrity to run Nigeria. It's irrelevant for me. So, if you look at that video, first of all, was it a closed door visit, even though there was all these cameras and all these women kneeling down before him? All those shenanigans is very irrelevant for me. Very, very irrelevant. Was it a closed door meeting? What is it? I'm not really going to be able to analyze either of them because I'm not looking at Obasanjo as be it all and that he's something in my lane. He's not. Anybody has a right to visit him, but it's irrelevant for me to this coming election. It's very irrelevant.
All right.
I think at this point, that's all I need to do. I need to add, and I will listen to my other people on this platform.
If you don't mind, let me clarify what Nick is trying to say. It was there was a closed door meeting, but I think Obasanjo asked Tinubu to select 3 people to come in with him, and also he's also select 3 people. On the Tinubu side, he selected Bajami Amila, Chimbisi Akande, and who's the third person?
Is it Oshoba?
Oshoba. So there were 3 of them that goes into the closed door meeting with it. So there were 6 plus the 2 of them, the 2 characters. That's 8 of them that actually had the closed door meeting. After those shenanigans, I don't want the president that a man will be dragging from behind. See, as Obasanjo dragged Tinubu, come here, my boy. That's not the president I want.
All right, hold on. Yeah. Let's go to Vin. Vin, I know you were in the military. Maybe you understand Obasanjo more than most of us. What is he trying to do in this election?
My brother, Obasanjo is, if you go closer to Obasanjo and study Obasanjo very well, you will know that that man is pivotal in the politics of Nigeria. The influence of Obasanjo on anybody, even if you don't win that election, once Obasanjo supports someone, even if you don't win that election, you will get at least 10%, favor from that man. When you talk of the political generals, it is the generals that control Nigeria. The retired generals, they are the one that controls Nigeria. When you look, when you see them together, my people, Nigeria is in a very deep mess because it is just the generals, especially most of them active now in the democratic politics in Nigeria, that are still alive. They are very, very strong. Cut across south, east, those generals, and the north. So the meeting, they had in Obasanjo's house, I don't call it political meeting. No. Because once Obasanjo decide on something, he doesn't withdraw. For those of us that stayed close to him, once he made a stand that this is where I am, and made openly, he will never go back. If you like, be his son. That is how that man is. But for me, I believe that he is one of the people that helped to destroy Nigeria the way it is now. He had 2 opportunities, like other people have said here. He had 3 opportunities. One as a military head of state, and twice as a democratically elected president. He had the best opportunity anyone can have in this world to change Nigeria for the better, but he refused to do it. He is trying now to make amends. If you listen to what Mahadi said, that is exactly what Obasanjo is doing now. He is trying. When people begin to go back to the twinkle, a period of their time, they will begin to, make restitutions. They'll begin to call people together, and those they feel that they offended. That is what Obasanjo is doing. But this meeting with this guy is just a courtesy. I call it courtesy meeting with him, as tribesmen and elderly tribesmen maybe in Yoruba land. That's all. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. Femi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Damages.
Yeah. Can you help us understand why Tinubu went there and what is the game plan?
Yeah, so I want to leverage on what Mr. Ivir and Omori said. And this is based off of what I recall one of my uncles who also was a military officer in the Air Force. He retired as an air vice marshal, I think. And he had said exactly the same things. The difference being that when Obasanjo had that second chance in 1999 to, remediate whatever mistakes he may or may not have made, he didn't take the opportunity. That was exactly his words. One thing I did notice, though, was when Obasanjo was there, just because it was Yoruba, I kind of noticed, we Nigerians, sometimes when it is our people are there, sometimes we have this tendency to is my man. So I noticed that even within my family, I was almost the only person that was like, this right now, Obasanjo is there. You people have suddenly forgotten, just for the sake of the fact that it's Yoruba, that there are things he was doing then already that was pointing to the fact that maybe say for the fact that at least he helped us with the loan forgiveness thing. But anyways, with Tinubu going there, if it's not Obasanjo, first of all, because there's something that just makes me laugh. Again, I keep saying something. If you don't cry, with Nigeria, if you don't cry, you laugh. There's a precedence to all of there's nothing that we're seeing now that's new. If it's not Obasanjo that they are visiting Babangida. If it's not Babangida, they are visiting Abubakar. See, sometimes you just want to keep quiet because it's
why? Have your say. You can't keep quiet.
I mean, because what have we not seen? What is new? It's the same thing. It's the same people. It's the same. Okay, basically, it's a case of Nigeria's in trouble. It's a case of it's still military. It's just that we move from military Agbada. People in military to Agbada. They exchange uniform for Agbada. It's the same thing.
So hold on, Femi. So we know that Showore has now gone to visit Obasanjo or Babangida, or does it mean that Showore has no chance? Is that the point we're trying to make now?
So remember I forget the name of this my brother from London. Remember there's this thing about is the West. The West does not do anything to us. We have our own problems. The West have their own problems to solve. As you notice, I didn't mention necessarily names, but we know what goes on. We know when they have caucus. And in the earlier times when I first joined one of my very first, and I still maintain it, my preference will be if only we can sit down. And I don't know how it's going to happen. But if not that, Dr. Damiji, I keep saying, are we not tired? Let's try. If something that don't work yesterday will not happen tomorrow, we not work tomorrow, basically. So it still seems to show Showore is not part of them, bro. I don't know.
Okay,
hold on, Mr. Rodolph. Mr. Rodolph, somebody went on behalf of Showore, that's area father. What's his name? Area father now. What's his name?
Charlie Boy.
Charlie Boy was in Obasanjo's house, I think, yesterday on behalf of Showore.
How can you say that?
Not for Showore.
He probably went on his own. He's a friend of Obasanjo. Vin, go ahead. I'll come to you, Blessing. Okay, Vin, go ahead.
You see, taking a clue from what my brother Omore said. You see, I am praying for a day. It is good. It is not good for me to pray for anyhow for these people to just move away from the political scene of Nigeria. As long as these people are alive, anybody they agreed upon. Look, there are secret meetings that are going on that we don't even know. Secret phone calls that are going on that we don't even know. They are going to agree on one person. They will agree on one person. And the particular person, because Obasanjo is going to muscle his way. That man is going to muscle his way and make other people to become at least one, and they will arrive at one consensus. No matter once they arrive at one person, it will be in their mind, it will be in their caucus. Nobody will know about it. And what you will see is the outcome on that election day. If these people are not, removed from the political scene of Nigeria, you have a long way to go, because election will be decided. I know what happened 1999, period, to the emergency of Obasanjo in Asha Rock. These are some of the things I can say out, off here. If you remember, if you were within the corridors of power, you saw what happened before 1999, you will know that there are people that owns Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Blessing, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Blessing is the only one here who's joining us from Nigeria. So, Blessing, when you are sitting down in your living room in Enugu and you see the video we just played of Obasanjo and Tinubu hanging out in the Obasanjo's mansion, what goes through your mind?
Well, it's not so much as the video, but people's reaction. And it leaves me wondering, what do Nigerians really want? I don't get it. It's the same people that were complaining that now I'm going to talk about Obi's visit. It's the same people that were complaining that he's not meeting people, he's not holding meetings, he's not meeting the big wigs, that he should get to know these people, he should draw closer to them. And now he meets them and it's a problem. And I'm like wondering, Tinubu does the same. And I recall very well, Baptists were all over Twitter roasting Obedience that their principal went to visit Obasanjo. Then the same Tinubu now goes to visit Obasanjo, and they're like, "Hey, nah, he's an elder statesman. He should go and pay homage." I'm like, "What do you people want? Stick to one. Stop jumping around. Is it right for these people to go paying homage to the same people that helped destroy this country, or is it not? It shouldn't matter whether it's your candidate or not that went to visit them or did not go to visit them. Stick to one." Personally, I really don't care. I really don't care, as long as it does not interfere with the outcome of the election. And by this I mean, to a large extent, I see no reason why people should not be allowed to associate with anyone they want to, unless those people are proven are convicted criminals. Now, if the presidential aspirants decide to go visit former heads of state, I don't see anything wrong with it. Unless, of course, they are plotting on how to tout the elections. That is where I'll have issues. But if they're going to visit them for their own personal reasons or for PR's sake, I have nothing against it. That's just my take. But I still insist that Nigerians should pick a struggle. They should either say it is wrong and stick to it, or say it is right and leave them alone. Not when it's their candidate they change mouth. It's wrong.
All right.
It's completely wrong.
Thank you. I don't have the ability to show you pictures, but there were people comparing how Obasanjo was holding Tinubu with how Obasanjo held Obi when Obi went to visit. What is wrong with us? Is it that we don't have any
in the real fact, now Obi be Obasanjo candidates. Obasanjo is actually the one pushing him out. That's just it. Obasanjo with the deathest in-law.
That is speculation, right?
It's not a speculation. It's not a speculation.
Does it come out categorically?
I'm saying it. We are on air.
Ovie, is this a position of the Kwankwaso campaign?
Is it a position?
That's a good question.
Listen,
you're speaking as if
this is saying something. That is in-law is the general. Is it the Dambazo or one of those generals too? Him also involved. About 3 of them. So that is Obasanjo rap. Now we can actually write different meaning to that. I believe that the fact that Obasanjo doesn't want Obasanjo and his generals and whatever, they don't want Atiku to be president. And the easiest way to do that is to actually bring Obi. Obi vote is going to affect PDP drastically. And that's obvious. And that's where this thing is going. You understand? Right. If you ask me to put in Konkoso into the narrative, I will ask you, who are the generals my likely support? It was Konkoso because they made him the Minister of Defense. Because if we still believe that the generals are still in charge of this whole shenanigan, because I've been saying it, I don't believe that Buhari is their last bus stop. You understand? So who gave Konkoso Minister of Defense? Is Obasanjo himself. So that's another right you have to see it from. But again, what do I know?
Okay. Thank you. Moria. So going beyond this, there's something that's been mentioned that that generals are still in charge, They are having phone calls. We're talking about what we saw. We saw a visit. There are things happening behind the scene. There are meetings going on behind the scene. Sometimes they do have meetings outside the country. They have their people. They have the ways they communicate that we don't know. We are only bothered about these optics. But beyond that, what do you think? How do you think we are going to move away from this? Because it appears that, looking at what happened to Showore and all the other candidates who refuse to toe the line, that you have to basically toe the line if you are going to. And of course, we forget this part, that there's a meeting called there's a meeting they have in Abuja where the former heads of states, they all attend that meeting. So no matter what you think about them, it's constitutional. They have to go there. So we really don't have any option, do we?
Yes, we do. There is a general saying, a popular saying, that the people get the kind of leaders they deserve. I think, I was taken aback. I was disappointed, and it was disheartening and disappointing seeing people like Dele Momodu calling some people the owners of Nigeria. I think it's unfortunate. Until we begin to address these issues the way they are, we go nowhere. We have surrendered our sovereignty. We have surrendered the power we have as a people to certain individuals as the owners of the nation. As long as we continue in that trend, who is like, it's tantamount to insanity for us to continue to do the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. It doesn't make sense. Until we take our power back from these madmen, until we take our power back from this cabal, they will do everything to divide us. They will play the religious card, they play the ethnic card, they play the political card. Which party are you? Until we come together as a people, until we stop dividing ourselves on the basis of ethnicity, religiosity, and whatever, we go nowhere as a people. We must find a meeting point. We must find a way to have an agreement as a people. To try these people enough is enough. I think we have taken too much from these people. So somebody said, Rotimi started by saying, Rotimi Amechi said, the reason why they are stealing from us, why they are stealing so much from us, why they are doing what they are doing, because we are not stoning them. But somebody said, we have allowed them to get away with so much shenanigans. Momo said during the campaign, if within 2 years they are not fulfilling their promise, we should stone them. But what are we doing as a people? There's a saying that the power of the people is stronger and mightier than the people in power. Until we begin to take advantage of the power we have as a people, we go nowhere. We surrender our sovereignty. We surrender the power we have to them. So they have now seen themselves as the owners of Nigeria. We must do away with this, or else we go nowhere. Thank you.
All right, hold on. Okay, let's play a video of Obasanjo accounting for the meeting with Tinubu. He said something. He spoke in Yoruba. Okay, I was just told that I have too many people in the studio. I can't play the video. Now, if you joined us and you don't intend to contribute, can you please go to YouTube and watch so that we can have room for other people to join? I'm not allowed to play more videos until we remove some people. And there are people who are here, but they are not contributing. So if you don't have your cameras on, I will have to take you out. I will assume that you don't want to appear on camera. So you can watch on Facebook. All right. So let me.
If you don't mind, before you go to the next person, let me, buttress on what Omori is trying to say.
Okay.
Contrary to the, popular belief that we are saying now, Obasanjo power is drastically reducing. The northern elites are not actually fond of him as he used to be, for obvious reason. If we actually want to extray his 8 years in power, there are a lot of things that he did that did not actually go well with most of these elites that we are talking about. One of those is him. Under him, Bakassi was seeded away. That's a crime that even me, I will never forgive him for that. So a lot of elites are not happy with that. Under him, a lot of prominent politicians were murdered. And up to today, nobody is actually saying this is why. The likes of Bola Ige, the likes of the Harry Marshall, the likes of Rotimi Williams of Lagos. So a lot of people like that were gone. The northern elites are not actually happy. And the worst of it all is his totem ambition. That was really, really, because at the point they were actually wanted to impeach him. And the numbers, they got the numbers. The northern elites were able to rally around with their counterparts around the nation and got the number to impeach him. But of course, our Yoruba people have to come together and say, come. Yeah, despite that we did not support him being elected as a president, we should not actually allow this go. So they also have to go on the ground and actually beg for that impeachment not to come to the floor. So his power is not his influence is not as it used to be, especially to the northern regions of the country. So he has committed a lot of atrocity that it is going to be very hard for them to just move away like that, in terms of Obasanjo. So it's not really the way, but of course, he's a very charismatic man. He's actually cut across, West Africa and the Western world. So, but again, let's not forget, we are a very cultured society. So regardless of how we see these old men, you see have to kind of way show respect to them. Either you like them or not, you still have to, pay that respect. So that's what you are seeing that is going on here.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Obie. Go ahead, Blessing. You want to say something?
Excuse me. Sorry. I was going to add something when I said it did not really matter to me whether or not the candidates went to visit these so-called bigwigs, as long as it did not affect negatively the outcome of the election. Now, I want to briefly talk about what this could mean for the candidates if they got the support of these people they keep meeting, Obasanjo especially. I do not know any former head of state, correct me if I'm wrong, who is more outspoken than Obasanjo. It takes a lot to stay relevant in today's politics as a head of state years after you've left office. And like him or hate him, the man is, like obviously, very charismatic. Very, very charismatic. Just one visit to him and you up your PR game. And I think that is what the candidates are taking advantage of. We can sit here and talk about how he's showing support for one candidate, how he does not want to. The analysis on Twitter is hilarious. I saw the pictures like Dr. Reckley said, and I couldn't help laughing. We can sit here and talk about how he was shaking this person's hand, how he looked happy to welcome this person, but in the end, they all achieved one thing: PR. They can boastfully say, I went to visit, and it's what they tell us that we know. And knowing Obasanjo quite well, he's not okay. If they come out, if Tinubu's come out now and say, we went to see Obasanjo, and he said we should go ahead. Obi's camp goes and say, I went to see Obasanjo, and Obasanjo says we should go ahead. Like it or not, there are people who believe in this man. The man has huge clout of regular Nigerians who believe in him. I do not know what he did to amass such following, but he has that impact on people. So when you come out, when they go and meet this man, and then they come out with all these pictures, it sends a message to the people who are loyal to him that this one that he came to see our man, that means we have to support him. And they buy over those supporters to their side. Now it is interesting. I like the fact that, to me, the two major contenders, because honestly, I keep saying it, Atiku is not a contender as far as I'm concerned. I do not care. He's not a contender. You cannot sit in Dubai and be contesting elections in Nigeria. If you want to contest election, come back to Nigeria. You can't sit in Dubai and be contest. Okay, let's not even talk about the mass deportation going on there, how the consulate is turning Nigerians like akara inside oil. But the two major contenders, as far as I'm concerned, going to visit Obasanjo, it is interesting to see who his people, the people in his corner, are going to start rooting for. For me, that is just it. I like the fact that it is no longer, he's in this person's corner. Now you're forced to wonder, but this person also went to see him. What was the discussion? What did they agree on? I like the fact that the level fields are becoming leveled one after the other, one person at a time, one visit at a time. That's
all right.
it for me.
Hold on, guys. Let's hear Obasanjo's report card. After the meeting, he spoke, and this is what he said.
Lánàá gba mo gbàlejò kan mo ní àlejò mo ní ẹ ti fi new vocabulary
sínú Yorùbá political dictionary. Èmi ló kàn. Eléyìí olùlẹ̀. Òun náà rẹ́rìn. Mo ní mi ò wá mọ̀ bí new vocabularies yìí o, bí wọ́n dáa ní o, bí wọ́n ò dáa ní o, ṣùgbọ́n they are new, á dẹ̀ máa lò wọ́n.
All right, Femi, my Yoruba is not very good. Can you help us?
Okay, so you know, it's unfortunate that as bad as things are, you can't help but laugh. Nigeria is full of jokes. Everybody's you just can't help but laugh anyway. But basically, even when I watched that video myself, and even in my pain and laughter at the same time, what he basically was referring to, and if you know Obasanjo very well, first of all, and a lot of people don't, a lot of people do realize this. Obasanjo is just as sneaky and dangerous as can be. And I can't tell that Tinubu doesn't realize this, but if you recall what happened during the period when he seized Lagos funds because of those local government development areas of Obasanjo, Tinubu had, remember what he did to the Southwest then, the way he got them to believe in him to the point where they now lost all the states but Lagos. And that's not to say Tinubu is not, it's a case of thief catch thief. He's watching thief. It's not like Tinubu is not sneaky as well. But basically, the way I interpreted what he was saying, and I'll say it in English as well while explaining, the way I interpret what he was saying is, even in his sneakiness, of course, it was pandering to the fact that, okay, now we have new vocabularies. Emilokon, it is my turn by turn, Nigeria Limited. Olule, of course, in reference to what Buhari, how he said Buhari had cried, our president had cried after contesting 3 times, and they had to go and plead with him to become president of Nigeria. And then the third one, Elei, in reference to the fact that, of course, it's a kind of like descending kind of talk when you refer to this one, calling someone this one as being dismissive. But you see, there's a greater message there, though. Whenever you see Obasanjo, and I know people know it better than this, whenever you see Obasanjo talk in a cynical, what appears to be a cynical way, and he's smiling, be careful, because he might not necessarily, what is inside him, and being an Egba man, is a typical Egba man. Obasanjo has not changed. He's a typical Egba man that what is inside of him, only he knows. He will receive all the people in the world, and it's truly charismatic. He's an interesting person. But what is going to happen eventually, only he knows, and that's where I ended.
Okay, thank you. Vin, you speak before we get to the new people that joined us.
Yes. You see, like my brother just said, the last speaker, if you really knew Obasanjo very well, when Obasanjo begins to make mockery, you see that kind of, slicky way of talking about someone as if you're gossiping about that person. All what he said here was just, he was just trying to, portray them like, communized. He tried to commonize them there. When you hear Obasanjo begin to speak in that manner, even when I watch his videos in Kaki, when you hear him, my brother begin to run. This is what people doesn't know about him. He's a very jovial person. He can joke with anybody. But once he begin to take a stand and begin to make mockery of somebody you believe that he shouldn't be doing this to this person, begin to run. That is why I'm telling you about P2B, because you see Atiku and the rest of them will have serious problem, because there are people in Igbo, my little Igbo, I don't know, there is a musician in southeastern Nigeria that said, or something like that. There are people that owns that country. And the day Nigerians will break out from their, tight fist, then better for Nigeria. If not, it's going to be difficult. I still maintain.
All right, thank you. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to hear the new people that joined us, their comment on this. Tinubu, we change topic, we do the ranks, and we get new people to join us. So let me go to you, Ahis. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening to everyone.
Yeah, good. Nice to see you. Where are you joining us from?
I'm from Delta.
Delta. You are in Delta State?
I'm in Delta.
Okay, where in Delta?
Asaba.
Asaba, okay. Under Okowa.
I'm not under Okowa. I don't know Okowa.
You can't be in Asaba and you're not under Okowa.
I'm not here now. He doesn't pay me salary. Anyone doesn't pay me salary. He doesn't contribute to my life. I'm an independent person.
How are the roads in Asaba if he doesn't contribute to your life?
The fact is that people that is singing praises in Kowa is people that is singing praises to Kowa is the 419 people. I have to tell you, we don't praise the governor because he's doing roads. We all live in Western world, we know how it takes, how they fix their roads without announcing it. If you are praising a governor that is fixing roads, that is a totally absolute. I call it what is it called? That is a trash to me. I can't be praising my governor that is fixing roads. What are your responsibility to do? Are you there to embezzle the money and put the money in the box and take it away for your family? Okawa have ruled for how many years? I think is a second 7 years plus. Can he or whatever the BDP government measured in Delta State, any complaint or maybe like complaint or whatever? There's nothing. You office a road, you say you are doing anything.
No, I'm just joking. I was trying to say, when you said it has no impact on your life, I was saying that if the roads are not good, it will impact you.
The roads are not good.
I know it's not good.
You don't work in some areas. You said that you are a road master. They give you a award of road master. The roads are not good. The roads are very bad.
Okay.
Some places.
It's nice to have you because we like to hear from people in Nigeria. That's why we like to have Blessing, give us the view from home.
Okay. My advice is that we in the diaspora, stay in the diaspora. You know how it takes, and we today coming out to support all this PDP and APC government is a scam. If you are in the diaspora, you are supporting APC and PDP. APC and PDP have kept us so far where we are today. And Nigerians are suffering. Let me tell you, there is suffering in Nigeria. Don't think that you are in the diaspora today, you are doing well. If you are in the diaspora, you take care of your family, you do a lot of things today. You know what it takes. That is not easy. Life is not easy for them. But for someone coming as today, I'm flagging off my support for APC and PDP. I'm a PDP, but I may not embrace PDP for this coming election as where it's gone to the federal, where it's got the presidential candidates, because these men are the main men that are rotating the wealth of I and you to their self. They are shifting it to their family. They are not after I and you. They are after about their life, about their family. They are investing for their unborn children. Yes, their unborn children will not suffer, will not near smear. Why I and you today are suffering? The youth and the Marxists are suffering. Doing a lot of things to have their daily income, to have food on their table. And today, we have to, before we get 2023 right, let the youth speak on one voice. We know the two candidates I'm embracing. If you make sure, I'll copy Toby, is my first candidate. My second candidate will be sure if there's opportunity for him to come. These are two people I'm looking on politics that can change Nigeria. Tinubu, I don't think about Tinubu or Atiku. These men that are spending their dollars, they are spending a huge dollars and a huge amount of money. I think it's just like when you invest on business. What you need to do after you invest on your business is when you get to the position of you have to take your income, You have to take your income, what you invest first before you start talking about what you are going to do. Before they will look about their profit of yourself and everything. Someone that is buying delegates with so much of money, how do you expect him to work today when it comes to power? We are complaining. If you get it wrong in 2023 to vote these two candidates, which is not being helping hand to Nigeria, Nigeria will suffer for still 8 years. because their position is that when they take first position of being a president of Nigeria, it will make sure that he will continue, he will complete that 8 years. It's not good luck that which accept defeat. Not all presidents can accept defeat. This Tinubu will not accept defeat. He's the second term. If he win this, say 2023, he will not accept defeat in his maybe next election. Atiku will not do that. But if we mix it, I don't know where Nigeria will be.
All right. Hey,
in
thank you.
2027. Thank you.
Thank you. When we come back to you, I want to hear why.
Sorry, Eddie. Why are you not in our where they are doing Madam Margaret's burial? That's Jonah of Arise News. Everybody is there. Well, I mean everybody. All the big wigs are there in Delta.
I'm not. I don't like going on public guidance. I don't like it. I always live my life in privacy and do things online.
It's when I come back. When I come back to you, I want to hear why P2B's the movement. P2B's movement is very big in Delta and states. You can help us. Not now. When I come back to you, Prince Nnamdi, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon or good evening. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Nnamdi, welcome. Where are you joining us from, Nnamdi?
Yes, I'm joining you guys from UK.
UK, all right. So we are talking about Tinubu's visit to Obasanjo. What's your impression?
My impression about the visit, I don't know how our politicians think. Seriously, I don't know if there is any Yoruba elder that have insulted Obasanjo than Tinubu. Not to be corrected. He has insulted Obasanjo over time, from when he was a governor till date. Yes, they say there's no permanent friend, there's no permanent enemy in politics. But I think Tinubu is giving us this impression that he's a godfather of politics. He can fix anything, he can do everything, and he has the Northern Bloc. I'm going to visit Obasanjo. To me, I don't know what he intends to achieve. But I know Obasanjo is a very wise man. He's a wise man. That man will not say anything. He won't say anything, but he knows where he's going to and the direction he's going to. And he's not afraid. In time to come, he will also expose what happened. He will also say who he's supporting. He's not afraid to take position. That's one thing about Obasanjo. He's not afraid to take position. He will take position. In time to come, he will obviously take position. I don't think the visit to Obasanjo will yield any fruit for him. That's the truth. I know he's trying to do politics, but I don't think it will yield any fruit.
All right.
That's basically about it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudy.
So, what are you doing outside in Texas?
I do car business. That's what I do. Thank you, sir.
All right, Janaba. So, Tinubu, what is your impression of what happened over the week?
The person that said that Obasanjo is a wise man. If Obasanjo is a wise man, we will not be in this mess we are today. Obasanjo was a military president. He was also one of the civilian presidents that got us to this mess. So what makes Obasanjo a wise man? I mean, he's not a coward. He's a military guy that can speak his mind, but he's not a wise man. A wise man, we know that this day will come and try to avoid it by all possible means. But this man, he used our farm. It's a cooperation with the nation, and he used it for his own personal business. So what makes Obasanjo a wise man? A cheater is a wise man now. So a person that robbed his own the destiny of his own nation is a wise man. There's nothing wise about Obasanjo. Let's go to his visit to Tinubu visit. Tinubu is a politician. That's what politician does. And then Obasanjo was saying all of that to become relevant. So that's all. There's nothing wise. And Tinubu is also a politician. None of them is wise. No, even Peter Obi. Nobody is wise there. They are all a bunch of idiots that are trying
Wow.
to take
Pastor,
advantage of
Pastor,
our
what happened
country.
to you today? Pastor, are you on, is there too much heat in Texas?
Pastor,
You look,
if
you're pissed
the
off.
pastor the pastor is working, I'll be in Nigeria. Anything. That's where they have pastors.
Malam Alba.
Pastors are working in Nigeria, not in the
US. Pastor is in Nigeria. That's where they shout hallelujah and take people's money.
Boss, even in Ghana here, they are here. Here they work too. They work in Nigeria, they work in this very place too. But that's in the Texas.
Okay,
Money mongers, man.
Let's say Nneka.
Please.
Kwankwaso is white, Pastor. You know that.
Okay, hold on. Let's say Nneka. Hold on.
You know, every time that we're in this panel, it's like we keep on rehearsing the same thing over and over and over. But my plea to each and every one of you, you have to really develop a standalone spirit. You don't need to look at what somebody else is doing and then you do the same thing. We must come out of this shell of being followers. I do not believe that whatever that Obasanjo will say will shift my belief to whoever that I want to vote for. We all keep crying, Nigeria is bad, Nigeria is bad. We need to, like so many people have already echoed it here, we really need to stick together and stop being drawn from one direction to the other. It doesn't matter what Obasanjo or who visits Obasanjo. Again, he's been in this position as a leader and he disappointed so many of us. So now, why will anything that he says or do matter? And we keep saying that, oh, there are people that owns Nigeria. What makes them own Nigeria? Was there not people that own Sri Lanka? You know, so we must continue, be focused in what we believe in. And if it doesn't happen come 2023, we have to come back again and demand for what we believe in. I mean, somebody during the week said why that the ASO people shouldn't be paid anything. And why is he saying this? Because his own son is somewhere else graduating. And that's why he thinks that it's irrelevant for people to go back to school. And tomorrow now, we will call that person Mazi, or we accolade them and we try to genuflect towards them because we are gaining something from them. We must come out of this and begin to really hold people accountable. This is what every time that we come on this platform, we keep rehearsing one thing or the other, and we keep being pulled apart. We always must be awake and, you know, make the right decision. What we are all fighting for is to get Nigeria back so that everybody will be treated as a human being.
All right, thank you. We've done 1 hour. I want us to move away from this topic. So what I want to do now is that I'll give everybody 1 minute to rant. After that, we go to oil subsidy. We now know that Buhari wants to remove, finally, he wants to remove oil subsidy. But that will be for June 2023. So we talk about that. That will be the next topic. And then the next hour, we talk about the TV stations that have been ordered to close down, and the radio stations because they are owing. So that will be the sequence of things. That next hour, that will be, we get somebody to host. Like I said, I'm not at home. So also I don't have my bell. So I give you 1 minute and I hope we stay within that 1 minute time frame. So ranting is the first thing that we do. Ovie, you start.
I mean, what is there to rant about in Nigeria? I mean, I understand where Emeka is coming from, but the fact is that in any given society, we have people who make things happen, people who dictate how the news should go, by the virtue of their influence, either in business, in government, in religious, and our cultural movement. So there's no way we can actually say we will not talk about these people because they actually make things happen. All right.
Someone took over from me. I don't know who did that, but that's good. Thank you. Whoever had the alarm, that's okay. Ovia, your time is up. Omori, you're next.
Yeah, I don't believe there are owners of Nigeria. We're supposed to be owners of Nigeria, but we have been gullible, subservient over the years. So they merely take advantage of our gullibility to rule over us. I'm writing on it. I want to rewrite the book of the great author who says the problem of Nigeria is squarely and fairly leadership problem. No, it's more of followership problem than leadership problem. That is the book I'm currently writing. I'm not here to advertise my book, but then that is where we stand. We cannot continue to blame our leaders for our problem. We are the greatest problem of ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And when you are done with the book, come to the show. We want to talk about it. Okay, Nneka, 1 minute, rant.
I already ranted. So
okay, you ranted. Okay. Vin, go ahead, 1 minute. I thought you have so many rants packed in the garage.
The only thing I would tell Nigerians is that if you know the road that you want to follow, the path that you want to follow in order to make yourself happy in that country, do it, and don't take regards from whosoever that wherever they might be, because it is your country. It's how you want it is going to be.
All right. Connection is not very very good, but that's okay. Vin, we had you. Femi, 1 minute.
So my rant is more like a statement. So we have my thing is we have a critical mass and influencers. Every country has influencers, just like Ovie said, and we can't run away from that fact. But influencers are built up by the critical mass of people. No one's gonna come and do it for us. We're gonna have to do it ourselves. Basically, I'd like to end by saying, typically it's said that pressure either creates diamonds or it busts pipes. Like I always say, when we're ready, and we're not ready. It's the problem of Nigeria, like I've always said as well, according to what even Mr. Omori has said, is the leaders do not fall from the sky. So the problem is with the followership.
Okay, thank you. Blessing, 1 minute.
I have just this to say. You see anybody that will vote for APC or PDP come next year in the presidential election, that person deserves a special spot in hell, because it is too much. I will not personally. I have not forgiven those that voted for Buhari in 2015. Worse are those that voted him twice in 2019. I've not forgiven them. Even people in my circle, I've not forgiven. I throw it to their face every day. I go to the market and things are twice or thrice the price. I won't forgive anybody that tries to tout this election. This election, my life depends on it, literally. So I'm not taking chances. I'm going to do my bit, to make sure it happens. And if anybody is going to tout it, oh God, I'm going to naked for junction and swear for the person. One lie. No supposed better for the person.
Wow. Blessing will go to Okija's shrine to swear for you if you try.
Yes, Okija.
I would like to be at that junction.
Prince, Ehis, 1 minute.
Okay. Like what our sister said, anyone that is canvassing for APC and PDP, I believe that doesn't love Nigeria. What we need to stand, we want to take. There is nobody that is Nigeria belongs to the youth, not those old people that we are thinking that our problem to get Nigeria better, the youth should come together. We fight, we speak of one voice. Let's stop dividing ourselves for self-benefit. Whatever they are going to give to me, let me speak for Atiku. Atiku will give me whatever he's going to give to me. After giving to me, I will come and start deceiving people that all is well, all is not well. Full sale that 2015, when this government of Buhari was coming to power, we all were chanting about these people. The which we know is better than the one we don't know. But I think we succeed to bring him to power. Look at what is happening in Nigeria. Is it insecurity? Where are we going to start talking about the nation called Nigeria today?
Hey, your time is up. I'm hearing something. Prince Namdi, go ahead.
My take is that most of the decisions that have been taken in Nigeria over time, I consider it as situational. Somebody like Obasanjo, he did what he's supposed to do at that time, government is a continuum. He laid a foundation. There was a debt relief. There were so many things he did as then. And he made a decision, handed over to a Yaradua, who he considered, he's not God. He doesn't know whether someone will die. And he did his best. So I don't think all our leaders are totally bad. If we say everybody, there's no country where there's no leader in the world that takes all the boss. There's no leader in the world. My take is that if now the youth want to take over, it is now the time. It is a scenario. This is now the situation. If Obasanjo want to key in with the youth, we appreciate that, and he should support the youth to do that. So my take here is that government is a continuum, and if this is time for the youth should make efforts. Country belongs to both the youth and the old, but the old ones too, after the elders have to what? Support the youth. That's my own take on this.
All right, thank you. Chukwudi, I know you just joined us. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah. Okay. So
we used to blame the British. Now we are blaming Obasanjo and his ilk. India is going to the moon. We are importing fuel from Niger Republic. The problem with Nigeria is Nigerians. And I keep saying it, there's something wrong with our genes. I hope I'll get a Nobel Prize for that. In all these people making noises will vote for the same decrepit individuals at the police stations when they're given half a cup of rice. And they will tell you, oh, we're hungry. We want to eat now. Until we have a critical mass, say 20% of the population moving in the right directions, things will begin to improve in Nigeria. Obasanjo is a hypocrite. He's not my role model. That these politicians run to the same people for patronage, and you know they're going to influence them. I don't see any real progress in Nigeria. I will end here.
Okay. Thank you. Wonko, I know you've been saying this, and today you wanted to get a Nobel Prize for saying that something is wrong with our gene. That's okay. Let me stop there. We'll get to that. I don't want to interrupt what we're doing. So we're going to get to the next topic, and the next topic is about oil subsidy. Oil subsidy. We heard from the Minister for Finance that the government has approved the removal of oil subsidy, but that will take effect June of 2023. Ovie, what's your take on that?
Will it work? I don't see how that is going to happen.
Wait. So when Kwankwaso wins this election and gets into office, 2 days after, the oil subsidy is gone. What's he going to do?
Look, I think it is done. It's not as that simple the way it is. I think the foundation of our problem is actually the kind of politics that we are practicing. As I said, if first of all, what stopped Buhari to actually effect that removal now that I just have 6 months? He can't do it because even member of his own party will kick against that. As I said before, there's always a reversal effect of removing a subsidy. Once you remove the subsidy, it's not that everything will just fall into place and Nigeria will begin to, prosper within that space. No. Once you remove subsidy as it is now, even the oil price will double, if not triple. And that will trigger a lot of negative effect on every aspect of our economy. People will suffer. It's not a bad thing, but how long will that effect take? That is what the politicians are not ready to sacrifice. Because if you remove, there's a year, as you put it, Kwankwaso come in and remove that subsidy, I guarantee you it's not going to win. It's not going to return to office. If they don't impeach him, it's not going to return to office because the country will be so bad that the opponents will take advantage of that situation. They will rally around the masses and kick him out. And that's exactly what these politicians are looking at. So they will not do it. Buhari decide to make that effect now. Even Tinubu himself, who is a fly bearer, will come out openly and criticize him. because it's a battle. So we are in a situation whereby now only I hate to blame our God, because as far as I'm concerned, God knows the full play all these things. It will take the overhauling of the system, of the political that we are practicing today, to actually bring that into fruition. I don't care anybody, just like for me to quote what's his name, Matthew Cuomo, the former governor of New York, that says that the politician campaign in poetry but govern in prose. It's very easy to say this when you're on the campaign train. I would do it. Buhari did it. But when you are on that seat, it's a different ball game, because there's a lot of people who are actually feeding fat from that process. If you go for that to do your reading about the subsidies, in Nigeria is losing about 3 million crude oil, either yearly or monthly. That crude oil is not just disappearing. It's not even miscreants or militants. They actually tip that oil. They are prominent Nigerians who are in government in high places, who are actually stealing this oil to their own benefit. So those people who will actually come against you, they will rally around against the masses to kick you out. And every politician that come into office, he will start campaigning for his re-election the next day. So that's where we are. We are on a long thing, according to the band. We are in a process whereby the progress that this political system, this presidential system that we are practicing, the progress actually happening very slowly. There's no way we are going to achieve a very significant progress within this process. Let's pay attention to even the America that we adopt this system from. Every significant change that they achieve in America comes with blood. Before the women were allowed to vote, we see what happened. Before even the black people in America were able to even immigrate into the system, now fight. So I don't see, I'm sorry to say, I don't see a politician within this system that can actually make that effect. Subsidy is not going anywhere. It's sad, but that's the reality. There is no way. The Buhari administration know what it's doing. That's why I put it in June, because they know they are not going to be here. And the next person who is coming will start making an excuse. They will start saying, okay, if we take it out now, what is going to be the full effect? So the system is against the masses. Just like somebody said, the problem is Nigerians. We are Nigerians. Yes, I want to agree. But again, I think it's not fair by blaming ordinary masses who don't even understand what is going on within the political space. And I think the foundation of our problem is education. We all are miseducated. We don't know who we are. So if we don't know who we are, we don't know where we are going. So the whole system is screwed up. It's against the masses. This is an elite game. So when people like Vince are saying that, yes, they are owners of that country, it's a fact. It might not be literally the way he's saying it, but it's a fact. We all see our candidate today who is going to be the next president. However we vote, those people were selected for us to elect. There's no way. There's no two way about it. So these people run things. The system is not for us. It's against us. The presidential system anywhere in the world is not for the masses. So those people who actually gone and changed the way we are being governed before from the parliamentary system, they know what they did. It is not out of incompetence. I keep saying that this was deliberate attempt. Only few people actually control the system. They are the presidential system. It's a winner takes it all. Nobody won't lose the election again after I don't win the election. So it's more complicated than just removing a subsidy. There's so many people who are feeling for that. If they don't kill you, they will impeach you, or you will not come back to office again. Those are the risks. I don't see anybody that's willing to take it among these presidential candidates that we have. So we're there on a long team.
All right, thank you. Vin, I read today that Tomporo was given a contract to protect the oil pipeline again. Tompolo is one of the former militants who was wanted at one point, but now his company given a contract to protect the pipelines because the government discovered that they have to do something. They are losing millions of barrels every day. So, Vin, what is the solution, and why is Buhari afraid of removing the subsidy now? He's not running for office, or he thinks that they will lose the election if he does that now.
Doctor, I hope that he will have the balls to remove it. Because as far as I know, when I was in Nigeria, I witnessed Nigerians buying petrol at 65 or 67 peso. I mean, 67 kobo, 67 naira. From 67 naira to 90 something. When Goodluck Jonathan came to remove the subsidy, what did the Nigerians say? The Nigerian people, the same people, what did they say? Did you watch, all of us watch the protest that rocked Nigeria for more than 1 week in that country? But it is a policy that people, in fact, the investigation that they carried out that time showed that people were being paid twice on the same product that they did not even deliver to the NNPC. And they were collecting money for it. In a country as big as Nigeria, people are paid twice without delivering the product that they were paid on. Not just once, but twice. People have tried, presidents have tried to remove the subsidy. But what I feel that should be done is this, Doctor. Nigerians are the easiest people in this world that you can govern. Ghanaians are more difficult to govern than Nigerians. I will tell you today, Ghanaians are more difficult to govern than the Nigerians. Just call Nigerians. Call them. Have a dialogue with them first. Respect them. Give them that accord first. Call them. Call the head of departments or wherever, non-governmental, everybody that is necessary. Bring them to the table. Tell them this is what we are going to do. Table your decision on what you are going to do. Set up a private account that will receive these subsidies or whatever that is going to be accrued on by removing it. Put them down for them, let them see it, give account on quarterly basis, how you collect those money and begin to use the money. Let them see what you are doing with the proceeds from this subsidy. You will see Nigerians will follow you, irrespective of what you've done. They will follow you.
Vin, hold on, okay? Hold on. I want to hear from Blessing, okay? I don't think there's light where she is. I think she's using a lantern to join us. So I see the difference between Ghana and Nigeria. Being is in Ghana, there's no problem with light. Blessing is using light and lantern and all those things. Okay, Blessing. So if what would they say to you that will make you say it's okay to remove subsidy? Are you worried about subsidy removal?
Well, Doc, you remember I once did a piece about fuel subsidy removal, and I compared it to Akam hot pap. I still feel the same way about it.
We should actually play that video. So keep going. I'll find it.
Yes,
and see
I still feel same way right now. I think what subsequent administration have done is when they pass this hot bowl of Akam before them and they take just one spoon to the mouth and then, oh, hot, they kick it away. And the question is this: what is the long? I think most of the time we look at this thing short term, and it's not fair. What is the long term effect or benefit of this fuel subsidy? Now, I remember then I came across some statistics, and I think one of them was that the country spends about 4.6 trillion naira yearly on fuel subsidy. And that is the one they document. That is the one they are willing to put in the public domain. So imagine if this amount of money that could be used for other things in other sectors is spent on fuel subsidy, what does that leave us with? And we tend to be a bit unfair when we say Nigerians are going to suffer. Are Nigerians not suffering already? Isn't it better I buy fuel? Because I remember that time I did a little calculation and I came up with if this thing was to be removed, we probably would be buying fuel like 400 naira thereabout per liter. And that is horrible, right? That is really, really horrible. But when you think over time, what this thing could do, what this money could do in other parts, other sectors of the economy, when it's nothing compared to the fuel you're going to be buying for 400. If they judiciously use this money from fuel subsidy and do other things, and I say judiciously because I don't trust them. They are thieves. They're probably going to pocket it. They are pocketing it right now. So if they remove it, they're probably going to put it back in the. But if let me just be an idealist for once. If they remove this money from fuel subsidy and we buy fuel like ×2 of what we're buying. In case you don't know, fuel this money is like 190 something naira. So if we are buying fuel like ×2 of what we're going to buy, if we buy fuel like ×2 of the current price, and every or almost every other thing is in place, it's not so bad. I mean, at the beginning of this year, one crate of egg was 1,100 naira. I remember going to the market that day and being so furious with my supplier. I was like, what do you mean? Why is it 1,001? Are the chicken now laying eggs with dollar? He started laughing and said, but you know we import the fertilizers we use, the chicken feed. I said, that's true. You import chicken feed. Sorry, it's not your fault. It's not the chicken fault. So what am I trying to say? Everything has more than doubled, and we are not yet dead. Yes, it is difficult, very difficult, but we are not yet dead. So we are not going to die if fuel subsidy is removed. And I think it is irresponsible for any government to keep using that as an excuse. It is highly irresponsible. And what Buhari is trying to do is the worst form of sneakiness. If he wanted to remove this subsidy, he should do it with his full chest. He should have done that earlier. Since February, they've been dilly-dallying on this whole issue. He doesn't want to drink their account because he knows the consequences. And for all his talks about nation building, about being corruption free, about carrying Nigeria, it's all BS. It's all complete bullshit. He cannot take the heat, and he won't even admit it. He won't even admit the heat that comes to doing it. So he would rather wait when his one leg is out of the door. He will not push you to the next one. So yeah, carry, face the music. It is irresponsible and irresponsible. That's just it. And we should do it totally and for fuel subsidy.
All right.
That thing that Igbo have been saying that thing that will happen tomorrow, let it happen today. What has the eyes not seen? Will it cry blood?
Okay, good. Just to give a background for those who may not know, it costs, we are spending at this point, they said the subsidy is 258 naira for every liter. And it's in a year, it's about 18 billion that it's costing us. And if we go like this for another 1 year, we get to 6 trillion every year on subsidy, which of course we don't even have money as of today to do everything, pay our debts, service our debt, not to talk of adding this additional cost. All right, we have a lot of new people that joined us. Let's give them a chance to weigh in on some of the topics. Obinna, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, I can go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages and my fellow, contributors. So, yeah, so we need to first look at the issue of subsidy. Like, why did it even happen in the first place? The first thing was, I think the reason was that the reason that subsidy was introduced was that we were going outside to export so we will export our crude oil and then import our finished product. So the cost of refining became very expensive. And so in order to cushion the effect to the masses, then we now decided that, we're going to be paying part of what the fuel will cost, so that the masses will now take part of the cost. But the problem with that is there are supposed to be regulations, and Nigeria, there's no, even if there's regulations, it's not really affected. What I mean by regulations is it's supposed to be meant for people who will consume the products in Nigeria. Now we have a situation where they will pay for subsidy on products, they will export it to Niger. That's one corruption there. Then you sell it for full price. Another corruption is you would claim that you imported a certain amount of product. So if you imported 1 gallon, you would say you imported 2 gallons. Then you would take subsidy cost for 2 gallons. You would arrange with the with customs and all of them, and everybody would sign the document, and everybody would take their cut and go. So now, if we're in the situation where And there's a lot of sleaze around the problem. So now let's even say that there was no sleaze at all. If we are to even do it, the first problem we need to solve is to be able to refine our products in Nigeria first. Because if you take away the subsidy, you still not solve the problem. So the way you even take away the subsidies to maybe gradually ease it off, it's not just abruptly take it off. But even at that, my problem with that is that because of the corruption involved, the Nigerians are not really benefiting from the actual subsidy. Some people they will export the product, subsidized product to Niger and sell it over there. They will claim that this is the number, or this is how much we consume, which we all know is wrong. And so even at that will not even solve the problem. So, but abruptly taking it away. So what Nigeria needs to do is to first have a system in place where you subsidize for people that consume in Nigeria. Then maybe you even have to have like people with certain income not everybody should benefit from the subsidy. There should be some kind of system like that. Yeah. So because see, everything in Nigeria, every single product is fueled by fuel. What do I mean? So once fuel increases, every single thing.
Okay,
yeah.
Let me help you. The Buhari's government, they already proposed one in the past where they said they would give 5,000 naira to every poor Nigerian to deal with the consequences of that, but it didn't work.
No.
People just shut them down.
That's one time. No.
Okay, yeah. Okay, let's go to Alaro. Let's hear from people who have not spoken before. Okay, Alaro,
Doctor, I have an engagement. Actually, I'm here for this. I need to go and take a shower and leave. I have an engagement. So if I could say something.
Okay.
It works out. Our thought process is very wrong. We should be protesting that we refine petroleum products or crude oil in Nigeria. Fuel or petroleum products in less developed and middle-income countries that produce petroleum are cheaper than in the developed world. So instead of tackling the problem, talking about subsidy, in Europe, food is subsidized. In America, food is subsidized. In Egypt, food is subsidized. They subsidize wheat because everything they eat, they roll it up in flat bread. So what are we subsidizing in Nigeria? We are subsidizing the wrong thing. We should subsidize food. Make fertilizers cheaper, make seedlings cheaper, subsidize agriculture. And we keep talking about the wrong thing. That's why I said there's something wrong with us. Okay, there should be no subsidy on petroleum. It doesn't take more than a year to turn around our refineries. Let me end here. And Dr. Damages, please let people talk for a few minutes and stop. When they talk for so long, everybody doesn't get a chance. We can go for second rounds. Once you make your point, let somebody else talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alaro, you're next.
Thank you very much. And it's interesting. I missed the first part, but I was listening on the train anyway. First of all, there's nothing wrong with our refineries. It's something I've dealt with. Refining in Nigeria is not a problem. They will frustrate you. They won't let you bring it in because they make more money from subsidizing. So that's the number one. So we go back to corruption. If Peter Obi gets in there, we will remove the subsidy. But we will make it convenient for the people that actually need it. Why is Buhari removing subsidy? Because now he has embezzled and enriched himself and all his hooligans around him. So he will stop it when he finishes and leave it for the next crook, if it's PDP or APC, to restart it. It's a criminal entity. Subsidy is not helping, blessing, or helping the average person. In order to kill this subsidizing there, you can actually program it. It's just a structured leadership. That's what we offer. If you're talking and complaining about what will happen, ask yourself how many people, we all here in diaspora, we will know what it costs us to subsidize our people back home. because that's what we're doing. We're subsidizing that lifestyle by being here as a sacrificial lamb. Convince them to make sure they vote. Everybody that knows me has to take a screenshot when they vote for me to know before I send you one cover after election. Thank you.
All right. Okija, welcome to the show.
Good morning, everyone.
We had Pastor Jonaba. He was angry today, speaking in a different language we've never had. So I want to make sure you're okay. You sound okay. Go ahead, Okija.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, sometimes, sometimes Nigeria problem throws you off balance. You don't even know what to say. I don't know, subsidy. I don't know. It's just are they paying any subsidy to start with? You know, what are they subsidizing? That's, you know, these things, you know, you have to make sure they are paying. Day before yesterday, they discovered a oil tanker, 3 million super tanker, 3 million barrels of oil. You know, caught, you know, not even Nigeria, Equatorial Guinea, Nigerian Navy, they chased them into Equatorial Guinea or whatever. I mean, you know, they chased them into Equatorial Guinea. They were chasing them, you know, and they didn't find them. And then they went to Equatorial Guinea, found them. Super tanker. It stayed in Nigeria for about, they said about 30 days because it takes about 30 days to load about 3 million barrels. So it stayed in Nigeria all this while. And meanwhile, the NNPC, they are paying an Israeli company, forgotten how much, I think $2 million per month or so, to monitor the, you know, the offshore, to Nigerian, what do you call it, the national line to make sure people are not stealing oil, and they have still nothing. One day they never discovered one, you know, any vessel one day. So I mean, first of all, they have to start with that. Make sure, you know, what are we losing, and because, you know, if you can save money from there, you can also use it to subsidize. I know someone has said about subsidizing food in the Western world and all those things. You know, in Nigeria, you know, they have to, you know, get something benefit from the government. But anyway, I don't know. Like I have someone who worked in the oil and gas sector in Nigeria. It's not even that, you know. It's so much. There's so much, you know. Like I don't think, you know, dirty things going on. For instance, some marketers, you know, they bring the oil, they bring the whatever. They say they bring the gasoline or whatever, PMC or whatever. They bring them, and they adulterate them. They put water in what do you call gasoline. They mix it with water. Sometimes they mix. I think when kerosene was higher, they mix it with fuel. I mean, so these are things that are going on for, you know, for them to make up the numbers. They use water to make up the numbers. So these are things, you know, some people, you know, they buy generator in Nigeria, you use it for about 3 months, the generator is packed up. And there's so many scams going on. So I don't even know where to start. So the next government, you know, this man is trying to throw, you know, kick the ball. The next government should be able to comment. I hope it's, you know, someone who's reasonable. Come back first and find out, you know, what are we subsidizing? How much are we paying? How much are we consuming? They say we're consuming about how many 64 million million liters or so, whatever, or gallons a day. Is it true? For where? How many industries are working in Nigeria? How many companies are working that you're consuming about 64 million, you know, liters a day? So this starts, you know, we have to just, you know, like go into this and find out before you talk about removing oil subsidy. Until you get this information, I don't think any government that said they would remove subsidy, they are just making a big mistake. So that's my take.
All right, thank you. Adewale, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
All right. So what's your take on, you can pick on any of the topics we've been talking about.
I think the first topic about Bola Ahmed Tinubu visiting Obasanjo is not actually out of place. It's a norm. It's just like somebody vying for a kingship. You go to the kingmakers. Doesn't necessarily mean that the kingmaker is on your side. But, you know, you give honor to whom honor is due. In Yoruba land, we always do that. So him visiting Obasanjo is not necessarily, you know, a condemnable act. That doesn't mean Obasanjo is going to support him, but that's just the way it is in politics. So I don't really have much to say. So I'll move quickly to the
yeah, but Adewale, I don't know if you know Omoyele Show, right? If he should go and visit Obasanjo today, will you support him?
Showore is the polar opposite of Obasanjo. Why would Showore visit Obasanjo? I mean, this is a guy that is saying, you know, everything he says is in contradiction to what Obasanjo believes in. So I don't see Showore. I mean, I like Showore. If he, you know, he's contesting, but his candidacy is not viable. That's just the point. So I'll leave it at that. Okay. I don't want to waste my energy on that one. So I moved to the subsidy issue. I spoke to somebody who just recently worked in NNPC, who retired from NNPC actually. So I was asking the question. Actually, the topic was, you know, the reason why NNPC went public, you know, and I was told that subsidy as issue is not just easy as it's been said in the public domain. Government does subsidize, you know, agricultural product. That is if it's produced locally. But if you have to import it, you are in your home. But we are not practicing capitalism in Nigeria. So the importers of the crude, what do? We sell those crude to the international price, right? And when we are importing it, we also buy it at the international rate. And when they are buying at the international rate, remember, we are going to pay taxes. We are going to pay all those levies at the port, right? So all these costs incurred now make the price to be a little bit higher. And the government said, look, I mean, how would it look? You are producing something locally here, and when we are bringing the final product, we are selling at a higher cost. So what do? The government said, you know what, we're going to subsidize. But the mistake the federal government did was that they let those importers feed fat on the subsidy for too long without checking the loopholes. Now, I wrote some things down. And I'll say, what is the solution for the government, you know, for people to be able to benefit from this? I was told that, look, when they bring this crude in, right, they are selling at a higher rate. So the government said we are going to subsidize. And I'll say, well, what about the private refining license being given to Dangote? As of today, I think I was told that Dangote was not the only person with a refining license, but the cost of building a refinery is so humongous that individual can't do. It's only people with a big muscle like Dangote that can do that. And the refinery Dangote is building is not just his own, you know, is being supported by banks and all that. And then I now say, look, even him building a refinery is still not going to stop the issue of refinery. Number one, the government, I'm talking about NNPC, will be selling crude to the Dangote refinery at international rate. And with that, is in the production of exporting the product, not for the local consumption. What does that leave Nigeria? It's not going to be selling to us at a different rate because it's in the business to make profit, right? So now 1/4 of the produce being imported is being given to the people, while the remaining fortune being shipped to the neighboring African country. So my conclusion now is if federal government can curb the oil theft, but of course, the people in charge of oil theft are government, you know, officials too. If they can block those theft with the refined product, that could, you know, be able to stop the or impact of subsidy. But removing subsidy, now what Buhari did is to shift the problem forward. Whoever is coming in next year is going to face this issue because number one, if government removes subsidy today, the importers of these products, they will continue to feed fat on it, and guess what? People will be lamenting. They will forget about the fact that Buhari administration is the one that removed it. Okay, so what we can do is to enable the private, because now I said if the people with the refining license has been encouraged to go into production and all that, I was told that they would not make profit if they are selling at the local rate because everybody is in this business of food to be able to sell international, to be able to make more profit. So in conclusion is if the government can plug those oil theft and then illegal refineries and all that, the government would not be able to see, because now we can't even account how much. We know how much is being imported, but how much is being distributed is what we don't know. So if government can do that, then thing of subsidy will be a lot issue because subsidy is being put in there to cushion the cost that the final consumer will incur. That's the reason why. So that's my conclusion for now.
Dr.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Can I have my take so I can take my leave on this subsidy issue?
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So first things first, there's a history behind everything that happens in life. We all recall, hopefully, that prior to Buhari becoming president, he himself mentioned it's on record that subsidy is a scam. And you know the thing about it being easy to say things until you get into that position. Now he gets into the position. First of all, there's a couple of things we can even accuse him of dilly-dallying on top of. We should have known earlier, which should be known earlier when it took him 6 months to even appoint ordinary ministers. Aside from that, he spoke about fighting corruption, doing so about economy. There was nothing he did not say. Now, at least if we don't know where we're going to, let's know where we're coming from. The same refineries. Remember, he was also Minister of Information in the 70s, I think the late 70s or thereabouts. And he always keeps going back to blaming everybody but himself. And he talks about how the refineries he left when he was there are the same one he met when he's there. Okay, how many has he built now? How many have they turned around? And then make it look as if these things are rocket science. Look, I was a chemistry student. In chemistry, one of the first things we learned was there's 2 types of distillation, simple and fractional. What they're doing, that's why I laugh when people think what those guys in the Nigeria Delta are doing is big deal. Like refining is not rocket science. It's one of the easiest things to do because the principle behind it is very simple. All you're doing is boiling. It's like boiling something that's mixed. They all have different densities. They will find their own level. From there, you get your kerosene, your petrol, your gas. Different. They all, So it's not a big deal. But the thing is, even the central corruption, everything is down to corruption. Because isn't it a shame, the shame of a nation, that a country, it's often said that Nigeria is the only country in the world that exports what it doesn't have. Electricity to Nigeria, for example, and I understand the reason behind it, and imports the things that it has, gas and what have you. See, again, we're not serious. When we are serious, everything we solve, it is all we are doing now is abranomics. So, I mean, I rest my case and I take my leave. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's hear Buhari talk about.
If anybody said he is subsidizing anything, he is a fraud. So all these people talking about subsidy, who is subsidizing? But there is so much fraud, as I said, and indiscipline and corruption that I don't talk about it. But the day I have to talk about it, I will ask the petroleum economists to come and tell me who is subsidizing Nigerian oil.
Yes. He has been trying for 7 years to find a petroleum economist to explain to him who is subscribing. All right.
It's very easy to I was not done with my submission before you asked me to allow me to
I'm sorry. Bien, continue. I had to. You see, her light went off, so I knew that she was in trouble. So
you see, the president was a PTF chairman before. There is nothing about that. NNPC, the details, the nitty-gritties of that country or that corporation that he doesn't know. Now, as a democratically elected president, has been told to us by Nigeria, he is the minister in charge of NNPC, petroleum. So, where again is he going to look for people to come and tell him who is subsidizing who? You see, when you look at the Nigerian system, people are using the crude oil system in Nigeria as a case study. I said this in a different platform. When we discovered just one oil well during ex-President Kufuor's time, the talk in the town was that they should first of all take care of those people that are in that part, that is the western region of this Ghana. That they should not allow the crude oil discovery in Ghana to be a curse like the Nigeria. That was what we were saying here. It was a total debate in all the electronic media over here that Nigeria discovered oil since 1958 in Olobri. But until today, they cannot refine their crude oil. Rather, they are using the money that's supposed to be used to pay the ASU people right now as we speak as subsidy. Is that not penny wise, pound foolish? Eh? And we say that our problem, I told you that Nigerians are the easiest people that you can give them good roads, give them, provide, allow the refineries to work, my brother. Allow them to work. Build the refineries. I have studied most of the refineries they have in Texas. They have small. In fact, I think Texas has the highest number of refining, refineries in the US. How did they do it? Can't Nigeria do the same thing instead of using all this humongous amount of money that can go into other places to develop them? To be paying, subsidy. I am angry with what is going on in Nigeria. Look, let me tell you, even as it is now, Nigeria also pays the lowest in pump price. And I don't blame them, because you have it, you export it in quantum, but why must you pay higher? Why must you pay, that subsidy in order to get it? Get the refineries working, then allow the deregulation to take place. Let it be competitive. Let people buy the way they buy. We deregulated here, but we are having the same problem of CD to dollar depreciation. That is what we have here, and we are as I'm talking to you now. I buy a liter of petrol here 1,100 naira, 1,100 naira. That's what I buy here. You see, so I don't see the reason why people will be cracking their heads on subsidy. That subsidy, as far as I know, is a scam. It's a scam. And they are using it to milk Nigerians. They are using it to, to milk you people and to take out the money that's supposed to go into other, development, into other infrastructures, into their pockets. That is what they do. That is what they do. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, Vin, thank you so much. I wanted to ask you this. When you were talking, I thought about this before Vin said it, about the small refineries. Why do we have to build the big ones? Why can't we say, someone in Bauchi or someone, wherever, if you want to build a small refinery that will serve your territory, you do that. And we don't have to have this centralized system where people, because here, if you're in Houston, you pay cheaper than people who are in places where they don't have crude.
Yes, United States is not a member of OPEC, right? So they have this governing body that regulates, the number of crude being produced, and I think the private refinery that you talked about here, they are encouraged because now they have a larger number of consumers, okay? And the price they are selling it's not actually regulated by the international rate that we are being subjected to in Nigeria. So as far as Nigeria is concerned, if the local refinery or people are encouraged to, have a refinery, they probably will not make much profit than when they are selling at international rate. So that is where government is supposed to come in Nigeria, because the one being owned and controlled by the government is moribund. Okay, they keep pumping money into it. Of course, we know it's still the same government official that are sabotaging the same refinery. So what they should have encouraged is to enable the because if the final product being imported is being sold to the Nigerians, they will not be able to afford it. The reason why, because it's being bought at the international rate. Remember, somebody said earlier that the rates that the fuel price also affect every other price product in Nigeria, right? So what government did, because they let it linger for too long, that's why it becomes this monster that we keep pumping money into every year. They let it stay too long. It's to cushion that cost, that price that the people will pay at the pump price. But what they should have encouraged, because now I was told, I don't know how true that is. If we let people, just like in Texas, being done in Texas, go into productions, for local consumption, that profit margin will be so small, okay, compared to somebody who is trading at the international rate. Okay, and you know it's more profitable when you ship it out, and sell it to the to your neighboring countries and all that. Of course, American also buy final products from Canada, from Russia and all that. But they encourage a local production, and of course they have the number. But Nigeria as a whole, if the local producer are producing this product in Nigeria, they won't make much profit. And what is the essence of going to business when you won't make much money? And I tell you what, nature of people, they will want to go into where, market where they will be, they will be able to make more profit. So I think that's where the problem now lies. If government remove that subsidy, I bet you Nigeria will not be able to afford 1 liter of petroleum at the pump, because the price that it will be sold will be so higher. And guess what? Everything will now depends on it. So I think what the government should have done, we becoming, we went to OPEC with the fact that we thought we'd be able to have, be able to play internationally, be able to have a lot of networking and all that, be able to sell our product. But our association to that organization kind of like becoming an handicap for us to be able to, we can't even sell our product to the, country that are not really necessarily, because they have to have a say in who we market our products into. So, and that is where the problem now is. Government now remove the subsidy, like I said. I think plugging those loopholes like oil theft, illegal refineries and all that, it will help to determine how much we are consuming, number one, then how much are we importing. I was told that if today Dangote refinery is, going to full operation, that will still not make much impact in terms of oil prices and availability of that product in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you so much. Alaro, go ahead.
So, if they stop oil subsidy tomorrow, consumption will not decrease by 1%, because everybody I know, I will send more money to. Don't let's lie to ourselves. Everybody here, your families, their lifestyle will not change. That will affect anybody. Don't let's lie to ourselves. Smaller production level of refineries will never be allowed in the present government of Nigeria due to corruption. That's why you only see it's going to be Dangote. Every oil crude that's taken out of Nigeria is contractized in the contract. Before you take crude from Nigeria, a certain percentage is coming back already at a subsidized cost. That's not costing the government. Go and look at anybody taking oil out of Nigeria. I'm telling you facts. Now that percentage that's coming back, where is it going? So it's a bottom line corruption. Subsidy is not helping the layman by 1 cent. Please.
All right. Thank you. I hope one day we get a minister for petroleum to come on. Oh, sorry, that's Buhari. Zach.
No, I think to be fair, every president is always the minister. Obasanjo was the minister.
It started with Jonathan, I think. I don't think
no, it started with Obasanjo, but Jonathan gave it to Desiani. Jonathan gave it to our lady Desiani. Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. Obasanjo. Yes. Exactly.
Yes.
Obasanjo. It wasn't like that. Yeah. It was something weird. Okay. Zaki, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Thank you, Doctor, for having me.
I like the way it sounds, like relaxed, and I don't care about what's going on.
Well, I do care. I'm a concerned citizen anyway. I do care very much. I'm a concerned citizen. That's why I keep participating anyway. So, where do you want me to come in from? On what topic? Tinubu or subsidy?
Anyone you want to. Anyone you're comfortable
with. Okay. Yeah. Like OVA again. Like they normally say that whoever watches the football from the outside normally dictates fault easily, rather than the players. Let for me, in as much as things are very hard down there, subsidy is a very good thing, and removal of subsidy won't be a very good idea anyway. In as much as we all are crumbling, shouting, "Oh, we are dying," blah 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 blah. When we experience the impact of this removal, then I will advise the next incoming president to know this is a setup by Buhari. First of all, what is the meaning of subsidy? Yeah, it is literally defined as any measure that keeps prices of goods or products below market level for consumers or producers, and it can take different forms, grants, tax, reduction or price controls.
Let me say, hold on, Zaki. Sorry to interrupt. People now prepare to come on this show. So, Zaki, I appreciate what you are listening, the way you are pointing out, because I never thought to myself, what is actually the meaning of subsidy? Zaki, thank you so much.
Oh, really? Really? Yeah. I did that. That's one of I never did economics, but that's one of my borrowed courses back then in the university anyway. But I can't just say that I'm a specialist, but just a little idea. So this issue of subsidy, we must be like, I'll let her just say something. Is it, I do whatever. I understand. We all understand the plight of Nigerians. I personally too, I can feel the impact, but it's not like that. Remember, let's go over. Remember what I used to tell you on this show. This same man that is the president became president when I was in primary 2. Buhari, and up to today, he's still my president. Imagine 1984, right? He took over. We're about to enter primary 3 when this man
83. That was 83. December 31st, 83.
Okay, then, yeah, 83, yeah, exactly. Then we're about to enter primary 3 when this man took over anyway. But remember what was our problem then? Austerity measure, remove Shagari, I remember we used to sing at the assembly ground. Yeah, why are you angry? We are angry because of Shagari. Austerity measures clean us. Remove Shagari forward. Okay, now what is this austerity measure to start with? Because if you think inwardly and very deeply, then you have to understand that at times we might be going through should I call it a kind of a deja vu? Because P2B is coming now with a very good idea. But when you compare P2B plans and what has been in motion, you see that this man is trying to go back to that same austerity measure era. And what does that mean? That is the economic policy which implements government to reduce government spending in order to reduce public debt and to shrink budget deficits. But that can still be harmful to citizens, to individuals in many forms, if not well handled. But Buhari and the Diabo exploited that opportunity because Nigerians, they fail to understand the reason that Ekwueme and the Chagari used to push that forward. As soon as we the citizens started feeling any little impact, the opponents will capitalize on it and push it out there. And what we know is, okay, the Messiah is coming from this area, let's follow him. They take the Buhari and Shagari and the Ekwueme out of office simply because of that, because we fail to understand this guy's plan. And this is what is about to happen. Buhari must be a stupid fool, but I'm happy that he didn't fall for this trap. If he removed this fuel subsidy, you that is in America can't even send Tenko back to your people because they can't even. So, in as much as you don't see, but the problem is that we don't see the impact, we don't see the benefits. That's why we keep shouting, oh, where is it? Let's take it away. I overheard one lady. She said that she's going to swear that, what does it mean? She can afford to be buying it. I was laughing at the sideline when I was watching through at the YouTube section. She has a point, but at the same time, we have to sensitize people, educate people. In as much as we don't know some certain things, but because of this corruption has beclouded our sense of, deep sense of understanding.
Exactly. I know that
I have a question for
Hello?
you.
Hold on. Zaki, I said hold on, okay. People always feel that I stop them mid-sentence because when you're...
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Forget.
You don't know how long you are speaking. And of course, some people have this transition that goes so well that they keep going. Okay. Vin, go ahead.
One more thing.
Okay. We'll come back to you. Here's a question.
I would like to ask the last speaker this question. If the subsidy is removed and the price at the pump jump from 170, let's say 170 naira now, to, let's say, 380 naira.
No, it should be 500, about 500 naira. That's what the government is saying.
Okay, 500 naira.
Yeah.
I think it is Nigerians can purchase it, because if you look here, from the time we deregulate, Ghana does not no longer pay subsidy on petroleum products. We buy it as it is done in international market. And a liter of petrol here is 10 Ghana cedi, 39 pesos. If you convert it into naira, it's 1,100 naira. How come Nigerians cannot buy it at 500, while Ghanaians with a lower income level are buying it at 1,100 naira? Sir.
Very good question. Before no. A lot of people exactly don't even answer. I will come to you.
Okay.
This I want to also add to what he just said. Sometimes we talk about subsidy, we don't know. Petroleum and crude oil is one wonderful product that could, right now, maybe it's about, I don't know the price, maybe $90 a barrel. It could go down to 20 tomorrow. Okay. The only question I have for people or policymakers in Nigeria is, when it goes down to 20, are they going to tell us that the subsidy has reduced? They never say that the money they are paying. We don't hear that. So they keep telling us figures everywhere. It's a mess. But I want to announce that I have to leave because I'm somewhere in Boston for an engagement, and I'm proud to say that Dr. Dominic has joined us, and he will be your moderator for the next hour or so. He will behave well, and I'll get a report.
Make you know whip us.
No. So I know you guys will be nice to him, and I'll see how things.
So many doctors.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I want to thank everybody for joining me today, and the show continues with Dr. Dominic as the moderator. And
Doctor, please do proper handing over. 2 new people just came on, and they've not said anything.
We have to introduce the new people. Yeah, Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And Onochie, welcome to the show. All right. So of course you guys know the drill. And make sure at the end tell them find out what keeps them up at night. And I wish everybody all the best. I'm in Boston to take care of a few things, and I'll see you tomorrow too. Tomorrow we have ASO. Sonala is joining us. So it's an opportunity for people who have questions about the media. He's been in the media for so long, and he's well experienced and he's well respected. So please join us on 90 Minutes in Africa tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. All those questions you have, he'll be able to answer. He knows everybody. He knows, he's been there from Bafami Awolowo time. He interviewed Awolowo a long time ago. So everything you have, he will be able to answer the questions. Thank you, everybody, for joining me.
Rudolph, before you go, Paul is a true Nigerian. You want a fake doctor to introduce him rather than a real doctor.
That's true. He doesn't want the reversal of this fake doctor. Paul, thank you so much for joining us. And Dominic, thank you. Dominic, take it off from here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah. So we're talking about Dominic. Are you? Dominic has the issue with internet.
Dominic, wake up, Dominic.
My internet is very strong. Don't worry.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, I listened to a bit of the show, and I know what's
going on. All right. So thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow.
All right.
Have a good day.
All right.
Yeah. Bye. Have a good day.
So Paul and Onochie, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Paul, you can go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to talk like a completely layman, because it looked like the government has successfully set the narrative for us, and we continue to follow the narrative. So we talk like the narrative. Sometimes we don't even ask ourselves, this narrative can also be a scam. They just make us deliberate. It's like a man run up to you and said, my wife is having twin and I don't have money. Every one of us will keep buying double gift, believing that his wife is having twin, only for the child to come is single. You understand? So these are the things. So when government talk about, I could remember some years back, government used to give Julius Berger. Julius Berger have one farm in Berger called B&B, because I'm from the Niger Delta precisely. They give Julius Berger crude, and Julius Berger construct our road. They build, they do everything. They make some proper arrangement, and before you know, they started abusing it. They stop stuff like that. And I think they use it to do very well. So that is one aspect. And two, talking about crude oil, they never tell us when the price is down. They only come cry when the price is up. That is one factor. Bringing crude oil to Nigeria, and they tell us that it's international price. But if I want to ship a car to Nigeria, you have your bill of lading. You send everything to the shipping company. Before these things even get to Nigeria, the shipping company in turn too will also send their own parts to Nigeria for customs to see. And this is how they arrange everything before the cargo will even get there. So how come they are stealing all those things? I could remember many years when Obasanjo was doing this presidential forum. I can't remember when they talk about Niger Delta and when the crisis was up. One man came up and the man asked, he said, there is a big super tanker in the deep sea there. And all his life, he has never seen a ship with no registration. You know, when you see a ship, you see IMO. They fondly call it IMO. You understand? IMO. You know, you see a ship and you see the registration number. Now, this ship is in the deep sea, taking crude with no registration. Obasanjo said, that is not what we are talking. We are talking about kidnap. The guy said, this is what we are talking. And Obasanjo shut him down. You understand? Nigeria, people will come, they will change vessel name, they will take vessel, they'll take crude and they'll go. You understand? Crude oil, it's not like cocaine that somebody will swallow in his anus. You understand? So there's a lot of wastage in terms of theft. There's a lot of also another theft again in terms of bringing in this crude. How come there is no record of how many liter, how many cubic of this and that you are bringing into this country before somebody will say they bring one, the government pay for two? These are all our problems. These are all our problems. If we cannot address the corruption part of it, even if they take the subsidy off, the problem will still be there. These guys have made money. They made so much money. I'm telling you, we can pride ourselves as an Africa, as Nigeria, we can pride ourselves all we care. I am asking, when will Dangote come start to sell Gary for America and say that they bring them from Nigeria? They cannot. These guys that we celebrate, these are big men, they feed on corruption. They are not really doing business. That's why as big as the Femi Otedola, the G-Mafia of this life, they will not come and set up business here. People grow business in America and go get branches in Nigeria. People grow business in UK, Europe, and go get branches in Africa. When will our big boy in Africa? You know why? They hate checks and balance. They hate the word checks and balance. They hate the word audit. That's how they grow. These are the problems. You understand? We all can tell ourselves when we came here newly, we are smart, we are this, we are that. When we face it 2-3 times, we have to balance ourselves and shape ourselves in the right perspective. These are all the problems. So taking subsidy just simply means people just going to die because everything will be super expensive. You understand? You are just trying, because these big boys, they'll still make their money anyway. They'll still make their money. You take it or you leave it. They'll go back, they'll challenge, okay, let us steal more crude. You understand? Don't report more crude. They'll still make their money. But the Nigerian citizens are going to die a lot of poverty. They are dying right now, and they're going to die more. It's easy for them to say, now, winch kill them. They sleep yesterday, no wake.
They are now in paradise. As soon as that thing goes out now, you will see the mortality rate will increase to double times 10. And as much as we are sorry, we still have to appreciate the fact, you know, it is even much better now than when this thing will be removed. Believe me, brother. But whoever that said that they should be removed, yeah, you have your own opinion. But please, before we do some certain things that will affect the entire nation, let us look at that critically, especially on the aspects or in the field where we are not experts, you know, because they are specialists. That's why they were able to be stealing this oil something. It's happening. I keep saying on this show, without you knowing where you are coming from, you will know where you are going to. History is very, very important. These days we are hearing about Sonny What's the name of that Yoruba guy? Nande Kano with his Sonny. What's the other guy name?
Sunday
Igbo. Sonny Igbo Nande. But these guys are kid. Have we forgotten the first Nigerian secessionists? Apart from the Northern elites. We are talking about one Mr. Isaac Jasper Adakaboro. You think that man just woke up overnight and started fighting? I personally, I have been there. I have been there in this Niger Delta region. I didn't come from that area, but do you see all these river states? Do you see all these Bayelsa? Do you see all these cross rivers? Do you see all these oil producing areas? With what I saw, well, man, these guys, they have every right to demonstrate. I saw nothing. I can't believe that this is where we are getting all this oil from. Like one Vince just said, let us develop West Coast of Ghana so that it will not be a cost. You don't have to blame that guy because that's what we call case study. You know, it's only a fool that wants to learn from experience. The neighbors have seen what happened to Nigeria, so they have to make use of that in order for them not to experience the same thing.
Okay, another way around. You see the crude oil now, for example, the way the sharing formula in terms of this exploration. Hello? The exploration, okay. You see Shell get 41%, federal government get 59%. And now the government gets 59%. It is the dream of anybody, including us in the West, if we can get a job in Shell, Chevron, ExxonMobil. You understand? It is the dream. They take good care of their workers. They do everything. These people go all type of training. They make good money. How come we that is getting 51%? You can't. When you go place like Warri, you go place like Escavos. You understand? You see people are making extremely money. And when they make this money, they keep these white people, they keep these expatriates, they live the best of life. And the people, the locals in that community, they are living in abject poverty. You go to Port Harcourt, you go to River. These days they started driving them out. These are places you go, you see what, I hate to use the word, what we call AFCAS. You understand? Mixed kids with no father.
You are talking about Port Harcourt. You are talking about Port Harcourt.
Excuse me, let Onoche talk. Every one of us will talk. Let's Onoche talk, please.
Thank you for your submission.
So these people are suffering. Then you see the so-called youth, and I'll tell you.
Paul, hold that thought. Let the Onoche talk, and then
we
can go.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Onoche from London, UK. Let's look at subsidy. One. Here in Europe, government subsidizes essential commodities, mostly food items, and industries for export. You know, what you produce for export, which you will not sell here in Europe, you pay less tax so that the government will generate, foreign reserve, right? In case of Nigeria, our best product, we're supposed to use an end foreign exchange. That is what we consume and sell the worst product. Oil, you're not supposed to put no dime subsidy in oil. Government should maximize and make money from oil and sell it, make money. Put refineries, the price will come down. What government should subsidize is education, health, industries like what do you call it? BVM, innocent. Give him small tax so he will employ more people, more workers. His product now can be marketed in cheap price to the rest of the world, right? To subsidize, I don't want to bite my tongue. To put in subsidy in oil, to me, it's wrong. It's a scam. They've been stealing us. My own senior sister's husband worked in Shell, chemical engineer. I used to stay in his house in Shell camp, Port Harcourt, right? This man told me that we don't have meter gauging the amount of oil these people are tapping. To tell you what Nigeria is, they don't have meter. The white man will say, okay, I load 1 million barrel into his ship. Malam will fill 1 million barrel. Who does that? I don't know what is wrong with black man's brain. We have brain, but we don't use it. We don't tap it. What we don't know, let us go and learn it. Learn it and know it. Then you practice it. It's like we blacks. We're in the desert. We don't without compass. We don't know if we go left, if we go right. We are just stranded. We don't need subsidy in petrol. Refined petrol in Nigeria, the price will come down. Export oil and sell. A shoemaker cannot use the bad shoe he made and use the good shoe he will sell and wear the bad sell the bad one and use the good one. It is wrong. Where your competency is high, you maximize. And where your incompetency is low, you minimize. This is our Lawal basic economics. We already did in secondary school. Right? So oil subsidy is a scam. You remember the case of Ifan Yoba and the Costaris. Ifan Yoba said he brought 10 ships of oil. Costaris said it is only six ships. And they paid him in advance 10 ships. You see the scam in oil? You see? So subsidy to me in oil is wrong. They have to subsidize agriculture, education, industries for export. That's how Europeans do like that. They give this discount to those who are manufacturing only for export. They pay less tax. Those who are manufacturing what we eat here, they pay big tax because their salary is high. You see it. So you don't have to. It's okay because they are giving subsidy in developed countries. Let us give some subsidy in Nigeria. No. If I don't have money to put food on the table for my children, they'll eat on the floor. You have money to put food on the table, you put on the table, your children, they'll eat. That is how things are done. Then when I get to that level to buy a good table, then I put food on the table for my children. That money for subsidy is a waste. One is a scam. 18 billion every day. Use it to put good road for us. Where those vehicles we go through. I'm from Onitsha. For me to go to Enugu, it will take me 2 days. Less than 120 kilometers. Well, here, I fly from London to Italy with car. In 10 hours, I'm there. 8,500 kilometers. Right? Subsidy in oil is wrong. I will argue it. Even if I go to exam, I'll write it this way, and I will pass.
So, at this point, we all know subsidy is a scam. I think part of the problem right now is how do we solve the issue? Do we just
hold on, boss. A second. Okay, a few days ago, oil stolen from Nigeria was intercepted in Equatorial Guinea. I don't know how people had it. During COVID, two ships in China stolen from Nigeria. And the worst that stupid Nigerians. Oh my God. Nigerian case.
I know. We're all very passionate about this topic.
When I see Dubai,
your 1 minute.
I shed tears. When I see Dubai, I see worry, I shed tears. Why can't Port Harcourt, all this oil producing area, look like Riyadh? Why can't they look like that? Is it not the same oil they are selling? This we are selling in Nigeria. Federal government should remove the oil and leave it to Niger Delta. Let them do whatever they want to do with it. They will develop more. We'll go there and work for them and wash their plates. Do how. Man, I'm nervous.
They've gone more than your minute.
I'm nervous. Okay. Thank you.
Can I just say something? Oh, okay. Just a minute, Obi. I don't want us to go beyond time, so I always time myself. So real quick, I would like us to deal with the issue. I deliberately left a political part of this subsidy out so that I won't talk, because I don't really know much about the politics that goes with it. But the issue itself, we should ask questions where we don't know. So not everybody work in the oil field, okay, oil and gas field. But the thing is this. The thought came to my mind when the Dr. Damages asked me earlier about the smaller refineries, how Texas is able to do this. Subsidies itself, it's not a scam, but it's just that the government, what they do with it is what makes it a scam. Okay, they can account, this is how much we give to the importers. But what they do with it is what we don't know. Now, coming back home, the local refinery, people that have the refineries, okay, we can encourage them to go into production. Rather than subsidizing the one coming internationally, we can subsidize the one we produce locally, okay? No, my time is not. We can subsidize the one we produce locally. So that at least we know that the money is not going out, but it remains within the country. We can plow it back into the economy. That's it.
Let me ask a very basic question. Yeah. I may have missed this maybe much earlier in the show, right? So if subsidy is a scam, which means it's going to the wrong way, it's not actually subsidizing petrol for the common man, then in reality, objectively taking it out would not cause any shock in this in the economy. Yes or no?
It will.
It will, in the sense of those people who benefit from it would now artificially hike the price. Yes or
no? No, it has a cost effect. What I believe will happen is this. You see, here in Texas, I'm sorry, I will come back to Mr. Van. Here in Texas, we have the local productions into oils and gas, right? But they are not as, they don't have a bigger platform, just like the Nigerians that are international based and all that. So what they do is they produce locally, they still import. Now, what the government did was that if we let the importers bring that refined product into Nigeria, mind you, the cost of the taxes they've paid on it, just like Paul said earlier that you ship car from here and all that. See, car is different from the petroleum. You know why? Because car, you can ship car to Nigeria now. You just pay your whatever you pay over here, and the person you clear in Nigeria, and that's it, right? But it's not that way, because number one, the cost of importing it is just like when you buy something. The cost that you use, for the importation of that product will be spread on the consumers. And guess what? The person doing gari in Asaba that will bring the entire bags to Lagos, the cost of that gas in the tank will affect the cost of that gari. You see the effect, how it goes to have a domino effect on every sector of the economy. So it's not just about the pump price alone. So we are talking about economic austerity now. What we are going to face is worse than recession. But what government did not do, rather, is to make sure that the money being given to those importers are being utilized. Now, we don't know how much gas, how much product is being imported. If we know, how much are we consuming? If we can determine those numbers, we will make headways. And then, if we can subsidize the local production, because if you produce locally, you're not going to make much profit. That was what I was told, and I believe is the fact. As a student of economics, you will not make much profit. However, the federal government can subsidize, the cost of the production of those products, and then knowing that the money remains within the country, it's not being, having going abroad. I think that will also help because number one, if you are subsidizing the local production, then the money will be plowing back into other sectors of the economy, maybe agriculture or education or whatever. That is my own take on it.
Mr. Adewale, you look like you sound, Mr. Adewale, I beg you, Mr. Adewale, look like you sound. I want to throw this question, or maybe you can throw more light to it. How about this way? Instead of us to sell our crude and buy international price because we are OPEC member, how about we talk to refineries in abroad? We give them our refinery that we take. We did not buy it. We give them, how much will it cost you to refine? We take our product back. It's like the way my mother will carry cassava, go grind, and bring it back.
Yeah, you understand? But you know those people you will go to, they have 3-4 people also knocking at their door to sell crude to them.
Why can't we refine our own oil? Why we have 4 refineries? Why can't we?
Good question. That is where the politics aspect of it comes in. Because number one, they deliberately render that sector, that refineries, unproductive. They deliberately, either the importers or the government official. But you see, when government have their hands in a sector like government refuse to hand off that sector of economy completely, because they know that is where money is coming into Nigerian purse. But if they hands off that sector completely, they will lose control. This money they are squandering everywhere, they won't have it in abundance anymore. So they have a tight grip from the beginning. All crude oil has been in exploration in Nigeria, so they hand on to it completely with a big grip on that sector. So for your question, Mr. Paul, those people you talk to abroad, those other refinery, they also have other people that are willing to sell to them at the lower rate, or perhaps, in large quantity. So, and then you are being constrained by the OPEC that you belongs to, the number of crude that you can produce per day.
No. We just take our own local content and we give them to refine and bring back.
Yeah, but you are still going to pay
as an OPEC member, I hope you know, as an OPEC member, you still have local content.
So
you understand?
why would you? I know. Yeah. Why would you exchange a product when you can actually build it here and encourage them?
Yeah, because I'm talking like, for example, like Niger, right there in our backyard, they have refinery. We can go refine anywhere.
Who built the refinery? Who built it?
Let it be like the Piccadilly Circle. Even if corruption will turn back and pay us, is it a problem?
There is
if
something
bad money can do good thing.
I've been raising my hand.
Let us wait. Let John Abba talk, and then we'll go back to Vin. John Abba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Dominic. You sound like Dr. Damages.
Go ahead, please.
The subsidy issue is that there is nothing scam about subsidy. Every country does that. The only problem is that the whole thing about Nigeria is a scam.
John, go ahead.
Something is echoing. Can you guys hear me?
Zaki,
we can hear you. Okay.
Do you want me to say something?
Off one of your system. Off one. It's coming from your. It's coming from your studio. Off one of it.
Is it from my end?
Yes.
All right. Now there is no scam in subsidy. The scam is how the subsidy is being used. It's a subsidized what for the common Nigerians to have a benefit of a product they have in their country, like we all have said. But what happened is that how do we used to have refinery in Port Harcourt and in Kaduna, and today we don't have it again because of the political aspect of it. And who started it is Obasanjo. It's for political game, and we don't see anything good for Nigeria. We always want to import everything. Our religion is imported. Our everything in Nigeria, we love our skin. We don't love ourselves enough. Everything we have, we use politics, even not a fitty politics that has no future in it. So whether you say it's a scam and let it be removed, even Buhari himself campaigned that it's a scam, but when he came to power, it's a different thing. So, and he has been a petroleum minister for so long, even while he was not a president. So it's all politics. I hope that henceforth we can have all Nigerians get involved in the politics of those that does not work for us, but work for their own benefit. Remove them, give other people a chance, and see what they can do. If that can move Nigeria forward, then we all can say, okay, this set of people have the guts to change the system that is in place, that Nigerians in Nigeria are being robbed by their own people, making non-entity out of Nigeria, taking our job to outsiders, and Nigerians are suffering from the Delta area where those things, most of the areas that the crude oil come from, or they are taking it from. The people live in abject poverty, and these people have no conscience at all. And when they rebel, they will send the army there, they will send the police there, they send all kinds of people to tame them. And that is why we are not making any progress. All Nigerians need to be alarmed by these criminals that we elect every 4 years, every 3 years to decide the future of the of millions of Nigerians suffering. And power is addictive. They're not going to let it go until the whole Nigerian say enough is enough. And it's all take knowledge and a platform like that, like this, where we can all have a say, at least educate people, and the basic human right that they have been taken from Nigeria. You can't even protest peacefully in Nigeria before they gun you down. You can't even say this is wrong before you disappear. So, and if there is no pressure on these people and no consequences, no matter the structure, whether you call it a scam or not scam, we're all going to be talking this story very soon. Very soon, Paul, that have a dream of going and living in Asia, where he grew up in Lagos, he want to go back to live in where again Paul come from in Shekiri, I don't know. You will not go back home. Roboman, yeah. You will not go back. You grow up in Lagos, but you're about tribalistic. Now you want to go to Roboman and stay. So
thank you, John. Let's move on to Vin. My village people keep attacking my my internet.
So. You see, my people, I respect the opinion of everybody here, but what I'm going to say now, I hope nobody would take offense, at it. See, Nigerians themselves, when I was in the military, I was crisscrossing along Ekan in Cross River State, Ekan, down to Oron, down to Bakassi Peninsula, down to Abana, down to Okopedi, Atabon East and Atabon West, straight into the Gulf of Guinea, as if you are entering into the Cameroon, because I fought the Cameroonian armies while I was their gendarmes, as they call them, while I was an active service personnel. In Bakassi Peninsula, I spent 2 years, 2 months on top of that Gulf of Guinea. I know these places. The problem, the ordeal our people are going through there is not what will come here and trivialize. I swear to God. If you go there, you see how our people are suffering on those riverine areas, inside those creeks. We will not come here and begin to give credence or talk softly towards the corruption that is going on in that oil sector. I am a living witness of what went. Most of us have never been to all these places. I was on top of that sea. My leg didn't touch on the solid crust for 2 years, 1 year, 9 months. I was inside the FAC, Field Assault Craft, on daily basis on that sea. I know what we went through there. Nigerians are suffering, especially the oil-producing communities. They are getting nothing. If you pull from Orong Port, dry port, Orong, you are going to Abana, Bakassi Peninsula, you will see how the place is littered with oil. They can't fish anymore. They can't do their normal fishing, farming anymore in those areas. And these are the common occupation that give them money on daily basis. Because of oil exploration, they can no longer do it. In their forest, which is agro-based, they cannot farm. Because of the hydrocarbon contents that has been littered all over those places. What are we talking here? If there is any place that they should even give subsidy, let it be to the oil producing states. They are the one that need subsidy, not Nigeria.
Oil. Give it to them.
Okay? This is my issue, because what we are saying is, for all of, I get emotional because I've been there. I have seen this thing for 2 years, 2 months. I saw where they defecate is where they fetch water to drink. In fact, most of the water you see there is salty oil. It's salt water. If you are digging a borehole in Abana, you have to refine the water first. It takes a lot of money to do that. You have to refine the water first, remove the oil, the salt content in it before you can get clean potable water. Even at that, if you put it inside your rubber, your jerry can, but by the time you stay there for 2 or 3 days, you see green algae, something like green algae, at the bottom of that that gallon. That is the life our people are living in those places. It is not. It's not good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Alaro, go ahead.
So, thank you,
Can you hear
Mr.
me?
Maxwell. We can hear you.
Okay, that is, in fact, we should that subsidy, our people are not benefiting from it. My brother, my sisters, my brothers, it must campaign for it entirely removal, because our people are not benefiting from it. Rather, they are bearing the consequences of these things that they are doing over there. Otherwise, let their oil go back to them. Let our people begin to campaign so that the oil will go back to them. You develop what you have, pay percentage to the central government, than the central government coming there to rob our people out of their natural, endowment. God bless them, and take it to somewhere people are eating it. That is my point, sir.
Alaro, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dominic, and nice to see you again. And thank you, Maxwell. Well said. And Paul brought up a point. He said, why don't we do this refinery locally? Because things that make sense somehow don't work. With all due respect, Mr. Adewale, I've been dealing with NNPC. I'm in Germany. There's a lot of companies in Germany that want to deal with NNPC. The corruption in that entity we call NNPC is disaster. My wife would tell me, if you carry a cup and go bring the oil, you will have made more money than what you're dealing with. If you know what it has cost dealing with them. Subsidy, talking about subsidizing oil, is like any normal person in Nigeria, as far as we're suffering now, saying APC or PDP will change the next election. It's madness. It's suffering and smiling. They will, Paul, they will never let this government, they will never let your idea work, because it's not about benefiting the normal person on the street. What Maxwell is telling you, it's not going to benefit those people out there. It's not going to benefit these people that we send money to. It's not. Subsidy is a nuisance. There's no way you can argue it. APC and PDP are nuisances. They will not change and they will not improve any of our lives. Reality, Peter Obi will remove it, but simultaneously replace it with something that will subsidize our lives. Thank you.
Can I just say something real quick? The importance of Nigeria and the international community is based on the crude that we are selling. If our crude is gone today, Nigeria is done. Other nations relate with us because of what they benefit from, especially from crude, and we use that as a leverage. Now, have you ever had your products and you are hauling it around and people just ignore you and not buying from you? Same thing with crude. Somebody asked a question, why do we join OPEC? Why are we with OPEC? OPEC has its advantage and disadvantage. We're talking here because we are not expert in that field. But I tell you what, that sector it's on its own needs a total, how do I say this, audit, like turning upside down. But crude is not like a regular commodity. It's not like when you produce Gary and, you go and sell it. No. You have to have people that will buy it from, otherwise it becomes useless. Local consumption, yeah, you use it, people will buy it, but guess what? Are we making profit? Is the country profiting from it? Is the state profiting from it? The political aspect of it, we have not deliberately left out, which is the region that is even producing the resources on itself. Are they profiting from it? Absolutely not. But you see, the reason why government is pumping money into that sector is because that is the one sector that hold everything together. That is the rally point of our economy. If it collapses today, Nigeria is done. But you see, government is on both two ways. They have a tight grip on it.
Sorry to interrupt a second. When we don't have oil, wasn't Nigeria moving?
But you see, at that time, you look at, no, I understand your question. Nigeria was in existence then, but now we've gone beyond just, you know, I think the discovering oil kind of makes the country lazy. And I'm kind of like what is going on with the NLPC now, that they have gone into public liability company, because now we're able to know if they are making money or they are not making money. They were making money before, but now that they are not gone public, guess what? We'll be able to see their book. Anybody can summon and ask out, you know, their report, annual report, or, you know, or semi-annual report, or financial report, I mean. But you see, the solution, to me, my opinion, I'm not an expert, but this is just like a layman talking. The solution is this. In as much as we want to make our people feel comfortable back home, because there's no point having something that we don't enjoy. I believe government should, the subsidy that they are giving to the international exporter, they should be extending into or encourage local production. Let people produce so that we can, what we are consuming here, they can sell at the local rates and still make their little profit margin and, you know, move around. But you see,
this is not possible.
It's not, well, it won't happen. You know why? Because human beings too are greedy. Let me tell you something. You are trading internationally. I am constrained to be trading locally. Do you think I'll be happy doing what I'm doing? The price gouging and all that. Nobody sells price. There's no price selling in Nigeria. Anybody just wake up and determine the price they want to sell. But here in America, you know, we know that the system determine, you know, how much, because if you go from one gas station to another, guess what? The prices are not the same. It's not because where they are getting the products from, it's because the demand or the areas where they are selling it also will determine the prices and all that. But I think that, you see, government can't remove the subsidy on completely. They have to do their fact finding. The money, where is it? Like I said, here in America, education is being subsidized. Agricultural production is being subsidized because it's local. The money is plowing back into the system. The money continues. Not like there's a money flight or it's going to abroad. No, it's within the system. Now, if we are able to determine how much are we consuming, even per day on average, okay? Now, that will give us the number that we need to know, okay, how much the government is paying. Now, the one that is being shipped abroad, I'm talking about the other petroleum product being sold to the neighboring countries. I mean, sometimes we do something because of international relation purpose. For example, if you are enjoying and your neighboring countries are suffering, you are not safe. So you do some things to make sure they too are a little bit comfortable, right? Now, there's nothing to stop Nigeria from selling a product to them, but however, you at least make sure that the people back home are comfortable enough. They are okay. They have enough, right? But at the same time, if we can determine how much is being sold to these people, not the one that is being, stolen on the sea, and because at the end of the day, this also contribute to how much the country is making. So if we can determine that, at least you can't be pouring water into the basket continuously, then Nigeria will make. And we will know the importance of the subsidy, okay? But if we continue to do what we do and we don't have those facts, it's like pouring water into the basket. It will just continue to be down the drain. That's my own take.
Yeah, before I go ahead.
Okay, I want to ask a question. When they imported that useless crude, there's a crude they imported into Nigeria, they say it's a low quality. That the ones refined in Oluwole is better than that one, then why not give these young boys who does bunkering license to set up their own local refinery and bring down the price?
Onoche, I like what you said, but I want to go another route. Okay.
Onoche, continue.
I said, I said, why not give licenses to all these guys who are doing bunkering so that they do it legally and pay tax?
I was about to
price will come down.
I was about to ask the same question. So we are giving all these solutions. Something as like someone mentioned, like give an example of.
We have 4 refineries. It's not working.
Exactly, and how private individuals can refine oil and contribute to the economy. But you have people who are very smart. If these young boys who are doing all this bunkering in Port Harcourt and different places are smart enough to understand the chemistry of refining,
doing the work, they are refining oil.
Why can't you involve them in the process? So you see where the corruption comes in. They can't even consider that thinking outside the box. So when you start doing that, you're taking away power from those people who want to keep this system in place and be able to gain from it. But go ahead.
So Dr. Dominic, there's something from what Onoche said, I want to add to it from the question that Ralph said. Now let's try to talk solution and keep saying the problem. Now, one of the solutions, the big multinational that come to Nigeria to explore, we all see them, they have gas stations here. You know, we can also go back and rearrange our books again and make them understand if you are here to explore crude, you can also give back to this community 20% or 10%. What do I mean? There is no Shell gas station in Nigeria. I'm not talking about the one you give people franchise. They still go to NNPC to buy PMS and diesel. I'm talking them do domestic, go rearrange our books. So they themselves will do domestic, you understand, consumption, in the sense that Total will be forced to get their own refineries and sell 10% of the crude that they are getting to meet our OPEC quota to Nigeria. By the time Total do that, Mobil do that, Shell do that, Chevron do that, it will be a done deal, because it won't cost Shell nothing to have a refinery and to maintain their refinery, because everything Shell is doing in Nigeria, they're doing it perfectly. Everything Chevron is doing in Nigeria, they're doing it perfectly. They don't have no problem. Anything ExxonMobil is doing in Nigeria, they're doing it perfectly. How about you also do local? Don't just take everything you take here, you exploit, we add, we sell to the international community. 10% of it, you have to refine and sell to the locals. That way we'll have our refineries, we'll have refineries scattered everywhere, apart from the boys. And because I live there, my parents lived there before they passed on, I go back to my villages and everything. This local thing that you guys are talking about, they don't really work so well. It is the height of poverty that makes people buy all those things. People who are doing well, nobody buy all those things that those local things that those boys produce. But because when people don't have options, they do all type of things. You understand?
Go to Cameroon, you see them.
You know, so we can also do that. That's my solution for now.
Okay, Dominic. Hello?
Yes.
Are you there?
Alaro, go ahead.
So
it's not him speaking, it's me speaking. Hello?
Who is speaking?
Hello?
No, this is Zach.
Oh, Zach, go ahead then. Zach,
Right,
and then.
then
No, Zach, go ahead. Zach, go ahead, and then Alaro will go
okay.
and after you.
Yeah, okay. First of all, it seems the coordination seems to be somehow in a kind of okay, but it's all right. I've heard Dominic and Onochie say something. Yeah, I agreed with some of their points, but not all. You know, like he says something about determining the price of how much we should be selling our crudes and all these things. In international market, you don't just fix price overnight. That's why they have unions. They have this OPEC or this Pengasin, Nupenk, whatever they call them. You know, so I hope Adewale is paying attention. But I want to go back to Onochie, because since he has been speaking, I've been listening. I can feel his anger, his pain, you know. That's why one of our brother, Charlie Boy, calls himself the president of all frustrated Nigerians, you know. And I can feel the frustration in him when he speaks. Please, gentlemen, things are not like that. I keep saying it on this show. At times, the way we look at politics, because we are in diaspora, you are having a good life or you're seeing a better environment, you are comparing it with your own system back home. No, it's not like that. That's why I keep saying that we are seeing politics the way it should be because you're in a white man's land. But what about people that are facing it on the reality on the ground? It can never be the same overnight. You know, he did say something about giving license to some oil bunkerers and 2 or 3 guys supported him. Gentlemen, please, in as much as we are on this platform, let us also try to be realistic. And let's not forget that maybe other people are watching us without us being aware of it. It's just like trying to arm all the citizens of Zamfara State because of terrorists. Okay, Americans, they license their citizens, let us have arms. Now let us license our own people. No, we don't just compare ourselves with overdeveloped countries because it's just like that. Do you know what it means by giving license to oil bunkerers? But now, what I understand from his point is this. He is making a very simple but a grave mistake. Let that be a kind of oxymoron. The scam, the subsidy, as he was speaking, I've been paying attention, you know. I've come to realize that he is mistaking oil theft with subsidy. That has nothing to do with subsidy. They are stealing the oil on the heights.
A second, boss, look. I said the case of Ifan Yoba and the Costaris is oil, is oil. Ifan Yoba was paid in advance for 10 ships, right? But he brought only 6 ships. That is the scam. They share the money. That is nothing like what they call it.
Okay.
All that money is the subsidy. They share our money.
No. I understand you, but kind of a panoramic point of view, they all fall into the same basket of oil theft. The subsidy itself, the subsidy itself we are talking about. The only problem we're having today is because we are not seeing the benefits. My brothers, please, at least, in fact, I don't know how to say this. If we can be able to remove even all these big grammars we are speaking there, go back to our normal pidgin dialect, it will even be much better for us, so that we can be understanding ourselves properly. Honestly,
we know what subsidy is.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There are some people on the sideline, even back home, where we say if you blow broken, they fit understand you better. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because no matter what we read, we all read the borrowed courses from white man.
Boss, I asked you a question before. I don't know whether you addressed the question I asked, sir.
Then he never gave me the chance. Hello?
Okay. You see, coordinator, there was a question I asked before using Ghana as an example. But okay, permit me to repeat the question, sir.
Please do.
And Zaki will go ahead.
Okay, you see, in Ghana, we had what we call removal of subsidy. That is total deregulation of downstream sector. And we are now buying, because of the rise in exchange rate.
That is a comment, not a question. Can you ask your question and then Zaki?
Okay. Why is it that Nigeria, if they remove subsidy right now from the oil sector, the price will jump, let's say, to, we assumed 500 naira.
Okay.
And over here, we've removed subsidy here, and our price has jumped to 1,100 naira equivalent.
Okay.
Considering the economic nature of Nigeria, do you think that Nigerians will suffer buying at a deregulated price of 500 than some of us that are already buying it here in Ghana at 1,100 naira equivalent on a deregulated economy, sir?
You already said that should be a gift, a blessing to the country, but not a curse. You understand? And if I could remember vividly, maybe that was about 3 weeks ago or something. I say something and you seems to be attacking from the sideline, but everything is helpful anyway. Mr. Vin.
No one's attacking here. We were all sharing opinions on
No. We should be able to accept that. That's why without critics, we can't be able to excel. That's why we are here. So this is not just a kind of open forum. It's also an open forum for education and learning as well. First of all, I am not an expert. I said it before from the beginning, just like you, the other man, and the other man. But we all are all concerned Nigerians because we have relatives down there. Population determines. I keep saying that all the time because there was a time I said that, how can you compare Nigerian political system with that of Ghana? It was that same you, Vince, that attacked me from the other side. Okay, if small Ghana can do this, why can't giant Nigeria do this? This doesn't go like that. We have a lot of sabotage, economic sabotage going on, and the issue of political appointees. Had it been that a Niger Delta, I am not from that region, but I've been there. And I agree with you when you were making mentions of the towns you visited when you were still a serving soldier. Good. I went there, I saw things with my own eyes. That was 1996. I went there for my own industrial training. I saw with my 2 eyes. 95, 96. Yes, I was there. I went to Ebema, Ahoda, Obricom. Not even Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt is in New York. So stop even mentioning Port Harcourt. When you go very deep, you know that these people, they deserve their agitation. They deserve, even this man they killed, what's that his name? Sarowiwa. That is, he has every right. He has every right to agitate or to demonstrate. Because Nigeria is a very big country. All the Northerners, even the Easterners have no single idea of what is happening down there. Even the Niger Deltans, most of them don't even know. Yeah, I was born in Port Harcourt. I grew up in Lagos. I fly to overseas. But you don't know what is happening on the ground. But what happened now is this. Hello?
Can you answer his question? Because you're going round and round in circles.
Yeah. I have to go round and round because I said that I'm not an expert. But what happened is this. But what happened is this. This issue of removing the subsidy, or whether the prices will skyrocket, whether Nigerians will suffer more than you Ghanaians. Is that not what you're asking?
Yes, because it has been removed here. Yes.
No, I won't. I think they will suffer more, and I won't be a party to that it should be removed. In as much as we are not seeing the benefit, we should be very, very tactical and very, very how will I put it? Clever while doing so. If you're already suffering, then imagine what will happen if that is removed. Remember, it is not only oil that is subsidized. The power is being subsidized, although there is no electricity there. Roads are subsidized. There's no electricity there. How much do you pay for your son to go to England to study?
Okay.
27,000 pounds. Wait a minute, 27,000 pounds. Do you know why it's possible? It's possible for some elites that can afford that. What about when all these things are removed? The ones back home can't afford to pay that. How do you want them to do that?
All right, Zaki. Before I go ahead to Alaro, can you all hear me?
Please, that is not a scam, but we are mistaking it. We are mistaking it for oil theft, please.
Let us.
And I will advise the next incoming president not to take this bait from Buhari. If Buhari wants to remove it, let him remove it by himself. Obi should be very, very careful if he eventually wins, or Tinubu or Atiku. So that is it.
Let us step back for a little bit because I want us to make sure that we are addressing the right issues, right? Here is how I think of subsidy, and some people may think of subsidy. One is, if subsidy even necessary at all, those folks who think that subsidy is a total scam, they feel that subsidy is not even used at all. Not even any single % of it is even going to the common man. Therefore, taking it out has no effect, will not have any effect. The second part is people who think the subsidy is at least working, but it is being misused and is being inflated. Therefore, those people would say, don't take out the subsidy totally, reform it somehow. So if you are talking, I want you to specify which ones you support and what the solution should be. Let us get straight to the point.
Doctor, let me say something before I run.
Don't run and come back. Don't run and come back.
No, I'm not. Like I said earlier, every country subsidized. So subsidy is not a scam. But everything about Nigeria is a scam because the people that benefit from it, or the people that are directly causing the problem so that the money go to their pocket. In Nigeria, for instance, if you are given an opportunity to serve in any sector, whether it's political, whether it's in whatever, the people there own it because we have a corrupt system. So there is no enforcement of rule of law or holding anybody accountable. So anybody can come and say remove the subsidy because the Nigerians are not benefiting from it. It will even get worse if we remove the subsidy. The reason why you are even saying that is because they are pretending that they are subsidizing so that the common Nigerian can benefit or afford gas, or what we call petrol. But then it's all about the corruption. So it's where the money goes. How does it benefit ordinary Nigeria? It's what we're going to talk about, and it will not still benefit Nigerians because of corruption. That's my say.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we've been here for 3 hours. I'm going to give us 10-15 minutes to make our point speak. Each person is like 30-40 seconds and straight to the point. I want us to talk about solutions. If you come here and you start talking about what we already know, I'll mute you and move on to someone else.
Who should go first?
Alaro, go ahead. Straight to the point. Give your solutions. No need to analyze the issue. We already know what.
No, I have to make a comment and make a solution. That's the way it goes. So, the guy, my brother said they removed subsidy and it's working in Ghana.
Yes.
And they can afford it.
Yes.
Even though we can say our level is the same financially, and we keep crying about subsidy. So please, let's be honest with ourselves. If they're fooling us, if they're fooling you, don't fool yourself. Sustainable development goals. Everybody says manifesto of Peter Obi. His manifesto is sustainable development goals. It has been proven. Do your research. Number 12 on that point. His manifesto is out there. There's no secret. Responsible consumption and production in all aspects of our lives. We look into what we are doing, how we produce it, how we consuming it, and what we can export out of it. We do not need crude oil. Anybody that's telling you don't do this, oh, that's the end of it, they are benefiting. That's the point, blank. Stop lying to yourself. Thank you very much.
We can't hear you, sir. We can't hear you.
Oh, I absolutely love what Alaro just said. Not everything.
Exactly.
One thing I
support what he said, so I'm fine.
One thing I love about what you said is, if they fool you, don't fool yourself. I think that's a lot of it. A lot of the issue that we have in Nigeria is we are being fooled by politicians. They are creating narratives. They are pushing us to go to a particular direction. They are even creating issues that we have major issues, and they always distract us by giving us nonsense topics to talk about that do not address a problem. And all they do is just distract us. So I think if there's nothing that you learn today, learn one thing. If they fool you, do not fool yourself. Go ahead, Onochi.
Yeah, I said, yes, he said exactly what I said in my mind. I want to ask one question, just one question to conclude. Is there a nation where oil is not sold? If every nation can afford to sell oil and people buy, then why is it that if Nigeria removes subsidy, we won't be able to buy oil again? Finish. I'm done.
A lot of people don't they whip you. See, it is not a campaign slogan. I think what he says makes so much sense. I think a lot of the issue in Nigeria is sometimes we get so confused and so lost in what is going on that we don't even know what the issue is, because the politicians create talking point for us. Who else wants to
Okay. Okay. Talking about what the question that what Vince asked. I don't think you just want to throw it like that because of you use the price. What is the level, the rate of inflation in Ghana? There are other things that are working in Nigeria. For example, our transportation system is so bad. We don't have power in Nigeria. So we use PMS. We don't use diesel. We don't use gas. We use PMX, petrol. Now, using petrol, if you jack up this price, it will affect the local market women. You understand? And these are the people that run the economy. When I say people that run the economy, these little women are the people that be able to take care of their kids, to go to private schools. Our public schools are not there, primary, nursery, and secondary. When you increase this thing, it will affect them. Go and play, please. It will affect them tremendously. So it's going to affect so many things. Means you don't buy gas to run your electricity in Ghana. People buy gas every day buy petrol every day to run their electricity in Nigeria. People buy petrol to cut hair. People buy petrol to sell beer, to sell Coke, to sell Fanta, to sell anything, to preserve their food and everything. These are petrol, not diesel. So if you look the trickle down, it's going to affect so many things. So don't just use a blanket statement and say Ghana to Nigeria. PMX in Nigeria is like everything. PMS is like the way an average Nigerian don't know how to make sentence without using the word Jesus, God. That's how PMS is right now. Thank you.
Can I come in? Okay. You see, yes, sir. What I would like to tell you is that if I don't have the luxury of time to say our inflation rate here is 31.7. Nigeria is less than 20. I think I'm right.
Not privy to that information. Can someone fact check that?
Okay, Nigeria is less than 20% inflation. We are 31.7%. Despite that, we have electricity.
So if you want to trickle it down, Nigeria today, almost 85% of Nigerians kids go to private schools. They pay for education. I don't know whether it's like that in Ghana.
You see, the fact is this: if your inflation rate most at times determines, the level. In fact, at that level where it is in Nigeria today, I don't think that Ghana. Look, you see, something that I would like to say here that everybody will, but I don't know if you say, but we, as we speak now, we buy petrol here with the subsidy removed. We are buying 1,100 naira. Subsidy has been removed. Ghana government does not again. I don't know why these people. Oh. Can you hear me, sir? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now,
keeps cutting off.
Okay. I just want to round up. You see, as it is done in Ghana, it can be done in Nigeria. As it can be done here, if we are going to pay by PMS at about 1,100 naira at 31.7% inflation with about 40-something percent devaluation of our currency, then Nigerians should not bother. You can buy it. You can purchase it. Even as at now, where you are supplying yourself electricity, the cost of living in Nigeria is more lower. We are at the top there. Check all these things, you will see them. You just check them. I am the one that is telling you. I will not come here and tell you that.
Vince, you remember the currency devaluation in Ghana? The currency thing that Ghana did.
No, see, let me tell you, the value is the same. Look, let me tell you the redenomination. They call it redenomination of Ghanaian currency. While you were counting 1,000, we were counting in millions. While you were counting in millions, we were counting in trillions. It got to a stage, the computer or some analyst or the statistics department can no longer figure out how to calculate the zeros. Then what they did was, for every 1,000, they will remove 2 zeros and make it 10. That the value is the same. There is no change in it. Forget about what anybody. I am telling you.
True.
Because
so if you tell me now you pay rent in a month in Ghana, for example, now for 100, I kind of forget your 100 cedis.
Ghanaian cedi.
Ghanaian cedi. If you pay 100 and you calculate it to Nigeria, you said so. It's just the same thing. The way I myself too, I will say the rent I pay in America is bigger than the one in Nigeria. You understand? But what is the lifestyle of the people? That is my utmost concern.
Yeah, you see, for the fact that when you compare the standard of living in Nigeria is better, let me just say 67% better than us here.
My brother, Nigeria life, what would they live? Na Instagram life for many in Afeko.
You know, I lived in Nigeria before. I lived in Nigeria for
Instagram life.
No, I live in Nigeria for 30 something. I lived in Nigeria for 30 something years, and I served in the army for 18 years. So I know the lifestyle of my mother comes from Abia State. You see, so what I'm telling you is this: if you want to go into commodity inflation here, you will see that Nigeria is far better than Ghana. Look,
so what is the incentive after they remove the subsidy in Ghana? So what is the incentive that you can use to convince me if Ghana is doing this bad after they remove the incentive?
I told you that.
No, so Ghana economy is going bad and they remove the subsidy. What is the incentive that you can use to convince me so that we can do that in Nigeria?
Let me tell you, the incentive is this. Ghana, there is no African country that is poor. What you have are leaders that borrow recklessly and spend recklessly. That is what we are suffering in Ghana. When we had COVID-19 here, the money that they gave to us, Ghana, was over 18 billion Ghana cedi. But in the process of spending for COVID-19, the finance minister is giving account of 12 billion. Now the question is, we are asking him now, but he has no answer. Where is the remaining 6 billion? So we are asking them that question, and that is where we are. So what I'm telling you is that it is not about the system or whatever. It is the bad leaders, the bad coordinators that borrow recklessly and spend recklessly. That is bottom line. That's the problem of Africa.
Yeah, we've come full circle again. Not about the political.
Okay, Dominic.
Everyone, mute yourselves. Zaki, go ahead, and then Alaro, and then we'll start a summary.
Okay, normally it should have been my turn.
How come?
What happened?
Hello?
I thought it was my turn. Everybody have spoken.
Did you just say me?
After Paul, it should be me. But I left Paul and the Vince to keep on rattling. That's why. Are you ready now?
Make a point quick, and then we move to Alaro. And then summarizing. Emiloko, Una Sef, Chai. Go ahead, Zach.
Please, finally, let us not forget. I still believe that one of our major setbacks is economic sabotage, and it has to do with leadership and politics. Because we don't talk about Nigeria without going back to politics, and when you go back to politics, you more go back to all this tribalistic whatever. For you appointing someone from the north to be taking care of the Niger Delta or some other things. No, what do you expect him to do? I heard about what happened in Dubai the other day. What do you want them to do? In as much as Nigerians are there, they know that Nigerians that are in Dubai are not even Muslims. So maybe you appointed a Muslim as an ambassador. So the mentality is totally different. So we must accept that fact all the time. The issue of Ghana-Nigeria comparison, I've said it, why should we be doing that? When I see Ghana, sorry, I don't mean to upset anyone. But what comes to my mind all the time is just Lagos. You know, comparing gigantic, like Nigeria is giant of Africa doesn't mean that we are that wealthy, but they are controlling the population and size. Full stop. It's not that we are all that better off. You know, so the issue of removing this subsidy, I'm still in favor of let that stay. I haven't seen that. The benefit I don't even see, but I can imagine.
So
I can imagine what will happen.
You want it to stay as it is 100%, no changes at all.
No, yes, there will be changes. No, the change is constant, but it won't be automatic. Or let us remove subsidy for the betterment of Nigeria. Who are you deceiving? What have you done very well for the past 10 years, 19 years? You can't just remove it just like that. But we must be very careful. I've heard that about it.
So please summarize.
What's your question?
So you want subsidy to stay in place. So please summarize to us why subsidy should be in place. And for whoever is talking afterwards, if you mention yes or no on subsidy removal and why it should stay in place or should be removed, or if you or any other nuances, let us make it quick.
Okay, not with 100% accuracy, but let it stay in place so that people will keep surviving the way they do now. Then on the aspect of refinery, for the fact that one man can be able to build refinery, which is Dangote, and the whole Nigeria cannot repair, not to build, repair what we already have. That is where the scam comes in. I believe that there's something fishy there. We must be very, very careful with who we are dealing with. Thank you very much.
So it is to summarize your point, it is a scam, but it should stay in place.
No, I'm telling you that subsidy should remain. But the scam aspect it comes on the aspect of the management. That for the fact you don't see the benefit, that's where the scam comes in. It's just like a fire station. Who told you that Nigeria doesn't have fire service? But if the main market or the hospital is on fire now, you won't see them. Everything here in Europe is in Nigeria. But is it working? It's just about how many Nigerians are paying tax. But do you know that some people that are registered are paying tax? Where is the money? So that is it. For the fact, we must be very, very careful in approaching this case before we make a very bigger mistake. Please, because I have a lot of people that are suffering already down there. I won't like them to suffer more. As soon as they remove this thing, then you will see the bigger scam. Or because we remove subsidy, this is where it's coming. You know, this is what you don't see.
Zaki, I want to know someone as well. I'm not pretending to be naive or not to understand your points. What I wanted you to articulate was you leave it in place, but then in addition, these are things that are to be done, because you are contradicting yourself and saying it is a scam, and then you say you should leave it in place because people will
No, I never said. Someone said initially that it was a scam.
The gray zone.
I never said. No. What I said about scam is this. I said that for the fact that one man known as Mr. Dangote can build a new refinery, and the whole country, Nigeria, cannot repair. We've built already. It is on the ground already. That is a scam. But subsidy, as a legal government policy, it is not a scam. But what is killing us is lack of management. And for the fact that we don't see the benefits, then we are feeling frustrated all the time. So please mind me on that aspect. Please let it stay if it's going to be useful. But if the removal will be disastrous, please let it stay. Please.
Okay. Objectively speaking, on the merit, in its own merit, subsidy is not by definition a bad thing. It is how it is being used that is bad. I get your point.
Good.
Wale, go ahead. Yes or no?
Finally, I will make some statement first before I make my point. Now, my opinion about subsidy. My brother that was comparing Ghana and Nigeria, that's like saying from a broom to a roko tree. So you should not even compare the level of consumption of both countries. Okay, Ghana has no. I mean, it has nothing to compare with Nigeria. The level of the consumption is quite different. Okay. Then secondly, subsidy should stay in place for now till the government is able to block those drainages, those hole that is draining our pocket. The reason why I said it should be in place. Okay. Now, somebody said earlier that the illegal bunkering should be licensed. You know how much it cost Dangote to put that edifice in Lekki? over 20 billion US dollars.
He didn't pay for it.
Hold on. See, oil production is not about the small quantity. For you to make profit margin, to make profit, okay, it has to be in larger capacity. And that is a lot, because he had international market in mind. Now, I said something earlier. Somebody posted, I think it was Kulata, that made a statement on the YouTube that says we should subsidize the production, not the consumption. What we are doing is we are subsidizing the consumption. The production, the local production, if you can subsidize it, maybe that could help. But removing it now, the people effect on the consumers will be so much that it will become unbearable. Okay? And then it doesn't even matter whether Obi is the one in presidency or Tinubu or Kwankwaso or any of them. The effect of that removal of subsidy when they get to power will be so much that they themselves will be raising costs on Buhari. And then secondly, we can't continue to, giving money to unemployed children of I believe Nigeria is I put it in that context. When you have a child and you are giving that child the pocket money every month, and yet you see that child going to nightclub every Friday, and after some time you begin to wait a minute. I'm giving you money for you to, to sustain you, and yet you are going to club and spending the money on nightclub. So you start beginning to question, what are you using the money, to do? So that is what I see that Nigeria should do. Now, if we are able to stop the illegal bunkering, is also part of what is draining Nigerian pockets, okay? Because if somebody make a mention about the crude being refined illegally in Nigeria, yes, military or should I say government official also knows about it, because they're the ones supplying them the crude. They're now exploring the crude, right? I'm talking about the real crude itself. So they are refining it, and I believe that what they are refining is for the local consumption, not for to sell internationally. But yes, if they can encourage local product, because a lot of people have license, according to what information I got, a lot of people have license, but they can't put those plants in place because number one, they have to sell. Now, you don't just carry your crude and say, tomorrow I'm going to another country and you want to go and sell. It's not done that way. It's regulated. The price itself is even regulated. So keep subsidy in place while you figure out where is the money going to, what is being used for. Now, if you are able to figure that out, then subsequently you start removing it. Or at that time you will remove it. It will be so obvious that okay, we need to, at least we know, okay, this is the amount that will be selling at the prompt price. But for now, let it stay in place while we figure that out.
Okay.
Can I say something on please? Just can I ask him a question? He said, how much Dangote?
Wait. Wait. So in summary, Wale is saying, leave it in place. We'll figure out leakages that happen. Okay. I get that point. You can make your yes or no. Why is it? Can everyone else mute? Okay. Can you all hear me? Okay. So you've made your points. Onochie, yes or no on subsidy removal, and what are the little nuances you want to add to that? Go ahead.
Immediately. They use it to scam us. The money is shared. Finish. Nigeria refinery, they should sell it even at 1 kobo to foreigners. Let them come and refine fuel in Nigeria. It will be cheaper for us because they have the crude in the backyard. Just refine and sell in the local market. How can we have 4 refineries? It's not working because of Dangote. No, Dangote and his colleagues in Soja intentionally paralyzed Nigeria. I will say it now. Look at my face. I don't hide it. Dangote is because of Dangote that refineries are not working in Nigeria. That man is evil.
How do you know that, sir?
Yeah, I know Dangote.
How do you? How?
So he joined Nigeria.
He's just joining that sector. He was never been into. He was never into oil production before.
They gave him everything. I tried to bring forth as a student.
still don't have that answer to the question. You are mute, Dominic. You are mute.
Onochi, I muted you because I think you have devices.
If I may, I have to go, guys. Is there any question anybody want to ask me before I leave?
Okay. What keeps you up tonight?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, what keeps me up at night? Oh, the Boko Harams and the bandits and the obedience. Those are the three people that keep me up at night. Okay. And the reason why those three kept me up at night. Terrorists will probably would not, and the bandits will not let us have that election next year, the way it looks. And the obedient would not stop insulting people up and down. If your candidate become president, let him become president. Don't go and be insulting your great grandfather, thinking that that's the right thing to do. It doesn't work that way.
So they want
see those are election terms, or like election season languages. Is when it begins to call people idiot, stupid, and you see, I like to have people's view. I learn from people, but when you begin to say, you know what, you have to subscribe to my view, my opinion. I don't care about. I can on the comments now. I know people are like yapping and say, "No, this is the problem of Nigeria." I say my great grandfather was the president of that country. But the thing is, we should be able to accept other people's view. And you see, the first topic we talked was discussed today, when I said about Obi and Bola Tinubu visiting Obasanjo. Every people read meaning to it as if it's a big deal, as if it would make much impact on the election outcome. And I'm like, wait, are we that jobless that this is what we'll be? Because number one, it's not today the people pay homage to, to the elders, but people started yabbing and talking. It doesn't make any sense. Those are the things that keep me awake anyway. So that's it.
Well, thank you for joining us today. All right. Paul. Have you gone? Oh,
I'm here.
Alaro has been waiting for a while. Alaro, go ahead. Tell us yes or no on subsidy. What are your little nuances about that? And then what keeps you up at night?
So remove it with immediate effect, number one.
Completely.
Immediate effect. Remove it completely. Now we know. I've been saying Mr. Adewale is a beneficiary all along. But he just told us. He just condemned the whole movement. This is 40% of voters of Nigeria. Just because we want change. He just did that. What he accused us of is what he just did. He is a beneficiary of the APC subsidiary corruption. Point.
I don't want
inflation rate in Nigeria. I have a right to my comment, like he just made the same comment about obedience. So inflation rate in Nigeria is 17%. Like I said, so we still ways lower. Like I said, when you say things, what are the answers? What can you give in return? This is what Peter Obi says. If I take this from you, I will give you this. Sustainable development goals. Everybody keeps saying manifesto, and he keeps telling you why. I keep telling you, they're fooling you. The worst thing, I can fool you if I know I can get away with it. Don't fool yourself. They are saying, we are giving you. Everybody has somebody back there. The last 20, 30 years, they're giving us, they're subsidizing this oil. What has it made? Tell me, anybody can tell me, oil subsidy has made this difference in my life. And you say don't remove it because you think that's the end of your life. On the 7th point of the agenda of sustainable development goals is affordable, clean energy. Simple. And not just to say the words. Everything that we say, we will show you. This is the program that will do it.
Wait, are you campaigning or are you summarizing for? Are you talking?
I'm summarizing.
We
set goals.
Campaigning right now.
We set goals and you will see results. Thank you.
Champ, wait, you didn't say what keeps you up at night, and you're campaigning for obedience.
This is what bothers me. The Nigerian mentality.
Okay. Thank you.
This is it generally.
Thank you, Alaro.
Thank you very much.
Paul, go ahead. Yes or no on subsidy removal and little nuances and what keeps you up at night?
So what will I put in English now? Yes, subsidy stays. Subsidy has to stay for now because like
completely.
Yeah, completely. Just like Zaki said, completely. I think it's the corruption in subsidy that is causing the problem. Subsidy itself is good, so subsidies should stay. And why I say subsidies should stay, when government get excess, it doesn't favor the people. So if you want to tell me government going to save $5 trillion naira because of the stuff subsidized, I'm still going to tell you, with the 5 million, they'll still go and borrow 30 trillion more to go do something that they cannot give account for. You know, so subsidy should stay. That will really, really help. Because the few lower class that is trying little, it will take them now to extreme poverty. The little bit average class that is also helping the lower class, it will also affect them more not to also help the downtrodden. So for that reason, I will want subsidy to stay. Then Adewale talked something about the obedient. I think they are finding everything to bring Obi down. I could remember 2008, somebody asked Barack Obama in America that you smoke cigarettes. Come on, this is America. It's not a crime. You understand? So they are finding everything to bring Obi. Now they started using the obedient, they insult people. Did Obi appoint any of his spokesperson that his spokesperson insult people? If random person on the internet say I'm obedient, come on, we've seen this thing. We see it in Second World War. We see it every day. People can pretend to be Labour just to jeopardize Labour Party. People can pretend. So don't go to the internet and then you want to go pick and go jerry pick and everything. But he didn't say when elderly man of a 70 years old calls people that they're going to die. They're going to die in vain. They are laborer. They're going to die as a laborer. When Tinubu calls people, he didn't say that. The worst of anything can happen is when an elderly man calls people. That is the worst that can happen because people will learn from him. You know, you cease to have respect. So he didn't say that, but he said when people that he cannot even pick and said, oh, Obi appoint this person and this person said this. But Tinubu actually appoints somebody. You understand? That call Obi mortuary. Obi is going to die. These are somebody that Tinubu appoint officially. You understand? And it cost Obi, but he didn't say that. So these are the things that keep me up at night when some of us will just try to pick and choose. And we are the one that is suffering. We are the one that send the 39 billion to Nigeria that is also even helping Nigeria today. We all live in the West. So we should stop that and be truthful to ourselves so that things can be easy for us. Our kids are going to school with student loan, but we are paying in cash to send our siblings to go to school in Nigeria. How long can we stop this? It's hard on us. You understand? Let's make Nigeria good so that things can be easy for us. Good percentage of us, we push our kids so much to get scholarship because we don't want to pay school fees for our kids here in America. But we pay school fees for our siblings, kids in Nigeria. How long can we continue like that, my brother? This is what keeps me up at night.
All right, thank you, Paul. Onochie, yes or no on subsidy removal and what keeps you up at night? Unmute yourself, Onochie. Well, let me unmute you.
Sorry.
Can you start afresh?
Removal is immediately. It doesn't help anybody. My grandmom in the village doesn't need a motor to go anywhere. He tried to wherever I want to go. On Kwaraketi, we go. No effect on her. Subsidy, the 1% of Nigerians use it to swell their pocket and monopolize power. Look at Saraki, his father has ruled. Now, over to him. After Saraki will give his son, then we will be plebiscite. No hope. Subsidy does not serve. We have to subsidize something that is useful. Agriculture, education. One day subsidy will write off the problem of the professors, which they are yelling for. Students are not going to school, and you are subsidizing 4 criminals who hijack power. Even Buhari says it's a scam. But when he got there, the cabal says if you don't do it, we'll remove you. He said, okay, subsidy. You get it? Then what keeps me up at night is old man who's supposed to be enjoying with his grandson is trying to hijack power in Nigeria and drag us to hell. And it worries me a lot. His hand is shaking. He cannot walk, he's falling. And you want to take Nigeria to where? He can't even do bye-bye. That's what keeps me up at night. If Nigerians allow them to hijack the power, because I know he will not win. If you hijack it, we are all doomed. Although I support the Biafra. I'm obedient to Nnamdi Kanu, frankly speaking.
Oh, no, thank you.
Obedience to Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay.
That's mine.
Yes, sir. Zaki, go ahead, please. Yes, sorry, I can't wait. Yes or no on subsidy, and what keeps you up at night?
Thank you for having me back. I believe that subsidy stays. So back to the main point concerning this subsidy. Remember, this subsidy was first introduced in Nigeria in the 70s, as a response to the oil price of 1973. What does the government did then? They tried to fix the prices of gasoline for consumers below the international prices and use our government resources to pay for the differences. Yes, I can understand the frustration by Nigerians, having been a disclosed fact by the federal legislation that the sum of 4 trillion naira was spent on the period of, petrol subsidy in 2022. Who wouldn't be angry? Could you approve such sum without us seeing the benefit? That's where the scam comes in. But not that the policy itself is a scam. So imagine what would have happened when there is a kind of assumed alleged scam and the real policy is being removed at the same time. Believe you me, people will suffer and the thousands are going to die. And one more thing, people, let's not forget that there is a difference between debate and argument. Yes, we are participating here. Back in the school, I was meant to understand that the simple difference is this: we argue to learn and debate to win. We are not here to win; we are here to learn. In as much as the other person's opinion might not suit yours, okay, that's fine and good. But we learn from each other. That's why we are contributing at this platform as a concerned Nigeria for a better Nigeria at large. Then on the issue of this thing, issue of Obi and the obedience and the Adewale and some people talking about, what is killing us? What is killing us in Nigeria? There is, when you say the truth at times, people will shut you down. Like Adewale said that they should learn not to be insulting others. Who are these elders? Go on. How old was he when he took over? When he was the president? Obasanjo, how old was he? Buhari, how old was he? The first man that started this issue of Biafra and the agitation of the Niger, that is not even under the car. I said it before. His name is Isaac Jasper Adakaboro. This man was born in 1938 to 1968. He was only 29 years when he moved to Hotel. Former President, Students Union of UNN Nsukka, just like Showore is the Students Union of Lagos. So, when people are trying to say something, you tell them, stop insulting others, you have to know their points and understand where they are coming from. That's why I like the comment for one guy that just said, someone asked Obama, in Nigeria, small things like this, we just blow it out of proportion. Hey, you lack respect. Who are these elders? That is why I am here. Here I am today. Why? This Buhari was the president when I was in primary school, and he's still my president today. Are you kidding me? I'm still asking this same question. Anyway, let's hope that we got it right this time around. And I believe that if Nigerians will cross their fingers and think, vote without any ethnic, religious sentiments, let's put the right man in there so that we all have a better country. That's my take. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, perfect gentleman. Okeja, I know you just joined, so I will probably give you like 2-3 minutes to make your points, and then subsidy yes or no, your reasons for either point, and then move on to what keeps up at night.
Thank you. Yeah, I was on the show before, and then I left. I spoke and then left. I had to do something.
So you're like John Abba, you jump off and jump on.
No, I had to do Saturday. I work Monday to Friday, and Saturday is crazy. Saturday and Sunday. Anyway, when I spoke before, I think I misspoke. Like I have a friend who is in oil and gas. There's so much scam in this sector. To be honest with you, like he was telling me that they will get diesel, and they will they will mix it 1/3. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
They will mix what they will bring 1/3 water, and they put 2/3 diesel, and they mix them together, and they, because so 33 for 33 is it 33 liter tanker, you have about 11,000 liters of water in it, and about 33,000 of diesel in it. So there was so much scam, and this is how they if they come, because they have the government, they have to take they have to calculate how many diesel you brought in. So if you brought in like 33,000, you put in 11,000 of water, and then you brought in for 44,000. So that's what they do. So many other scam, like when if the price of kerosene is higher, they will be, and the price of PMS is low, they will mix, put some PMS into kerosene, and that's why people have some fire. You're cooking with stove, and then all of a sudden the stove will explode. So that's what what they do in Nigeria is terrible. You can't just imagine, so so much. I don't know. It's government scam, individuals. I don't know. So, but what I think, the next government, we still have about how many months to the next government? About 9 months or so. Let's have patience. Let the next government come in. Let them do analysis, find out what is going on. Just don't. Things are tough in Nigeria, bros. Things are tough in Nigeria. I know, some of my friends who have it, if they call me now, bro, I want to get out of this country. Things are tough. So let's not remove that subsidy right now. Let the incoming government come in. I hopefully let it be OB or somebody else who understands it, so that they will do a critical analysis of what is going on and find out, are we actually paying someone? Who are we paying? And then decide, if we have to remove it. And then again, let them come up with some energy program. Houses in Nigeria, they don't have like in US now, companies, they come to you, they beg you, oh, we want to put solar panel in your house. They put solar panel, and the government gives them some grant, and then they charge you, instead of you paying for electricity, they some, like I live in Massachusetts. If they put solar panel in your house, you're paying about $150, some between $80 and $150 a month, for you to as electric bill, instead of paying like about $300, $400 before. So that way they offset. So government should come up with policies, because a lot of people have been affected. People who barbers, people who do small businesses, people who beer parlor, people at home, people who have who don't have who buy gas to use their generator.
Do you need the government to step in such a situation? Because most
I think they should have a program whereby individuals people can go to bank now. Okay, give us money. We can deploy this system to people, and then because people who have money can do it. People who don't have money, but with the idea with government program and the bank, they will be able to give them loan. They can be able to buy solar panel and store for people at home, and people pay them gradually. So things like that, they do
private loans for that. People can get private loans, but you don't necessarily.
Yeah, people can get private, or companies. Like if banks doesn't want to give people private loan, people can, like companies, established companies, like in US now. There are so many companies here in US. They do that. They go to some cities and they put solar panels on everybody's roof, and then they get lease. People lease it, but when you lose it,
it decreases the the electricity bill you pay. So in the end it is beneficial to you. And so after 20 years or whatever, they can because after 20 years you have to really change the panel. After 20 years the lease is up, you can even put another one or call another company, or so that's the thing they have to do. So people have decided using solar panel in Nigeria, like doing small, it's a small thing, but it has to go to a bigger scale. That's it. But okay, I mean, like I don't know what is the problem. Nigerians
subsidy, yes or no? And then
no, don't remove it right now. Don't remove it right now. Let the next government come in and remove and they do analysis what is going on, and then tell us, okay, this is going on. Then we can tell the government, okay, remove it or remove it partially. But right now, no, things are tough. Things are tough, very tough in Nigeria. If you remove it, it will affect every area. And I mean, things go up in Nigeria, it doesn't come down. You know that. Even if they reverse it, the price will not come down again. So don't remove it right now. This government is not responsible, so we don't trust them to move it. We don't trust that they have good data, to jump on that. It's a big decision. It's not a small decision. It's a big decision.
What keeps you up at night?
I mean, like people like Adewale, they keep me up at night. You are telling Nigerians who have suffered. Like I suffered in Nigeria. I went to school in Nigeria before I came to US, and then we even enjoyed a little bit because in our tuition was still small then, and we still had school bus. I went to Nadia School University, and we still had school bus. You're telling kids here that people graduate from school, they don't have job. You're telling them to respect elders. Igbo people, they have a proverb that say like I mean, like the king, you can't be just be afraid of king. One day you put the basket on, cover your head and speak to the king. So they are putting basket on top of it. Now they are not even put basket. They are telling them face to face. People, adults who didn't plan for your kids, and you want your kids to respect you. You don't have that. You don't earn it. You have to earn respect for them to respect you. And then they have to start because what I'm scared because the way it is going on, because I think probably there's gonna be a civil war between obedient people and the whole Nigeria. Because okay, what event happened in Lagos? What a cripple guy, okay? He was promoting P2B, cripple that he wasn't even working. He was on the ground. He was promoting P2B, always showing P2B posters, going and begging for money. And P2B supporters bought a wheelchair for him, a motorized wheelchair for him. So and then he put P2B's poster on the back of his wheelchair, and he was moving over Lagos. Do you know that they attacked this guy and they broke his wheelchair? This is what, and because the mentality of people like Adewale, they are going to perpetuate this. There's gonna be some attack against P2B supporters. There was a Yoruba guy also that was promoting P2B. He disappeared in Lagos. He disappeared in Lagos. People were looking for him. I'm in a WhatsApp group, and they've been looking for this guy. People that knew him, people that took the pictures when he was promoting P2B, they haven't found him. So the things like this, it will come to whereby they start, attacking P2B supporters. Actually, during the registration for PVC, they did it already. They did it in some places in Lagos where they stopped them from, because we don't want these people to register because they're gonna vote for this person, so we don't want it to register. So it's happening until we remove this sentiment. Like people are angry. You have to understand that people are angry, and they're rightly angry. They have to talk. They have to speak. There's no other way to let out their anger. Also, as an educated person, you have to understand that there are some people like people that don't insult, that want to engage in and the P2B himself. They want to engage in a constructive discussion. So you don't have to just look at those people that are angry and shouting insult at people. You have to look at other people too. So you can't just because of those people you say, oh, the whole obedient, whatever. I've never said I'm obedient, but I support P2B. But I understand, the why they say obedient. Obedient is not like they made it like a bad term to be obedient. But it just they are telling you it's a slogan they adopted. To identify with their candidate. To tell you where they are. We're obedient. It's not like they're obedient. They are stupid. They are not. They understand the issue. They understand where it is spending them. Some of you people, you don't understand. Where it is spending you. But I also want to have because from I always check opinion poll on YouTube, people, these guys that go about ask people who are you going to vote for. I think there is a problem between even people, UWB supporters and other supporters. People, when I listen to their reason, I'm not happy that people are talking about, oh, I want to support P2B, Tinubu, or he's Yoruba man, he's gonna, chase other people away. I will listen to P2B supporters. They will want to, support P2B. He is Igbo. They have not tested the power. No, I don't like those kind of arguments. Give us a reason why. How is it paining you? What is paining you? Why are you suffering right now? Tell us. Do you want to listen to this candidate? Tell us. Oh, from what you heard, this person will alleviate my problem. It's not like I'm supporting you because he's Yoruba or he's Igbo. No, I want. It bothers me a lot that the discussion has not been elevated to that level. Thank you.
So that's what keeps you up at night. Thank you for your submission. I think all of us have gone around. I want to make a few points. Well, the first point is, before we even talk about removal of subsidy, is to analyze the situation of the subsidy. Has subsidy been working? Go back to the origin of subsidy. Why was it put in place? I didn't grow. I wasn't born in the 70s, but from the information that I've gleaned from listening to you, subsidy was put in to deal for a particular purpose, right? And so the question is, do we still need subsidy at this point? Right? That is the first question. Is the situation still happening? So someone else brought up a point of, we are refining our crude oil outside and then we import it back in. And so therefore there needs to be subsidy to deal with the cost of, because obviously when you refine it outside and you bring it back, it becomes more expensive. So you have to subsidize it for people to be able to buy it. I understand that point. I think my big thing is whether or not you agree on subsidy or not, we need the current money that is being pushed into subsidy to be able to develop the country. I'm talking at this level, I'm talking at this point without taking into account the corruption. Let's say Nigeria is not corrupt, and the only corruption that we have is this subsidy. We need all those billions of money that is being put into the subsidy to be able to develop our country. So here's the dilemma I'm having right now. If you take out the subsidy, there'll be a huge shock on people's cost of living, right? Makes sense? But then you need that money to be able to develop the country. So which one should you do? It's a question of the chicken and the egg. Which one comes first? You know what I mean? You need to leave subsidy in place so people can be able to maintain their livelihood without suffering. But you also need that money to be able to develop the country so that when you take out the subsidy, people are able to survive. So I think at this point, the only way to tackle it is to tackle corruption. That is just my opinion. I'm not speaking for Dr. Ameji, speaking for myself. And so I don't know if anyone wants to jump in on that point. The chicken and the egg, which one comes first, right? Does that make sense, Alaro? Or any of Onochi or Keja?
It makes perfect sense. So it's not either or. It's simultaneous. You come up with a plan, you remove gradually and implement gradually. We have to start thinking step by step. Magical mentality of Nigeria, Peter Obi will come, everything in 6 months, all our problems are solved. No. This is our problem. Here's a solution. We implement and you will see gradual progress. If it's going to be, nobody will shock the system and take it out without solution. You will see this is what is going to be given, and you will gradually see, you will not feel the effect. And with it, it will come out pleasantly, which will be a lasting, this is a productive society that we want to build. When it goes out and another source of energy is implemented, you will see this is a lasting thing in our lives for the next generation. This is what we are talking about.
Sorry, I sort of know what I want to say, but maybe I'm not articulating it properly. So just to make sure I get my, someone made a comment. Let me see. Maybe someone else in the comment section has a better way of explaining than I do. Okay, here's the point I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make is this. some people that say leave subsidy in place, right, would say leave subsidy in place, have some kind of money that you use to develop the country, so that when you remove that subsidy, there won't be that shock, right? Yes. But if you leave the subsidy in place, where would you get the money to develop the country so you can eventually be able to take out subsidy? So it comes to the question of the chicken and egg, which one comes first? And so that's why I buy into the idea. This is my personal opinion on the damages. Where I buy into the opinion of gradual removal. You remove some of the money, there may be a little bit price hike. You keep developing the country. Now, the third part, the background that we're not talking about, that some of us kind of mentioned, is the corruption part. Why you're trying to do that, some people are still eating some of that money that you're taking out. So there's no accountability. So if the foundation is not strong, there is no accountability. This whole thing of whether you remove subsidy, leave it in place, or take it out gradually would not make sense. And so we all come back to the drawing board. If you don't solve the issue of corruption and accountability, look at was it not the accountant general that was caught selling money or whatever, right? If you don't address accountability, some of these solutions that we're giving will not even result in anything meaningful.
I agree with you by saying leadership matters, which is what you've just said.
Jude, make your point real quick, and then we can.
Yes, I just have to come in because it's like, sorry. Good morning, everybody, and good afternoon. Thank you, everybody. I don't know why we, the Nigerians, constantly continue to enable these fraudulent, wicked, heartless politicians. Why we continue to enable them, and yet we be crying that we are suffering, and we are the one that is enabling them. By the way, this oil subsidy, how many of us, how many Nigerians actually know how much oil they are subsidizing? And the cost of oil, or the cost per liter of oil, whatever oil they say they are subsidizing, how many of us know the exact cost? Do we believe these idiots that can tell us something that constantly they continue to lie to us? For instance, when people were killed, murdered, massacred at Lekki Toll Gate, they came out and told us that nobody was killed. Is it this same idiots you people are believing that when they remove oil subsidy, that is going to make a difference or something like that? Why we shouldn't even be debating this at all. Nigeria is already suffering. Nigeria have already been deliberately impoverished by this same, I don't even know what name to call them, by these same vultures. And then you want to remove whatever subsidy, in quotes, which I believe is a scam. You want to remove it so that you impose more burden, more suffering on them. Okay, when they remove it, is their salary going to increase? Are they going to increase their salary to cushion the effect, to catch up with inflation, that inflationary rate that is in Nigeria? Okay, how many billions of dollars since Buhari took over Nigeria? How many billions of dollars have they borrowed from China? What has that billions of dollars translated into the common masses, into the common people on the street, into the masses of Nigeria? Has it impacted on them in any way, any form or the other? Simply, if all this money, both the one they borrow and this oil subsidy they say they want to remove, is a plan to continue to produce more money, okay, in the system, to continue to enlarge their insatiable appetite of stealing, of corruption. I give you an example. What is his name? The guy in Cross River in Port Harcourt. Wike went to primary election with how many billions of his stolen money from his state. Now, because his money could not bribe Atiku. That was why he didn't win, right? Now imagine if somebody like Wike, for instance, have more access to money. Do you think if he's coming in the next 4 years, let's assume Nigeria still remain in the next 4 years, do you know how much billions more somebody like Wike will steal in order to be able to buy whatever vote he wants? Why are we continuing to we are not even talking about the senators, the humongous money they are taking home every month, which is more than any senator in the world. We all know this.
Okay. Jude,
we want to continue to impoverish the poor people.
Jude, you made up.
Enabling these fools. Why are we enabling them? We shouldn't even be debating them. We should be on the street, right? Protesting and make sure that they never do this kind of evil, because it's an evil. Nigeria is not the problem of Nigeria is not money. The problem is wickedness, corruption. Money is everywhere in Nigeria. It requires good leader that will look for this money, that will do audits, ordinary audits they are going to do. Will be enough to.
I get your point that you are making. I respect your opinion on that. Thank you, Jude. Kulata, I think
it's annoying.
Yes, Kulata, you made a good point. I think it's opportunity cost. When you take away money from one to try to solve the other, then the other one kind of suffers. Can you give us a brief summary of that and then make your points and then can conclude the show? That's why I allowed you to come in. Thank you. Can you unmute yourself, Kulata? Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the question of subsidy is basically, at this point in time, is a question of if we want to bankrupt the country or not. Because at this point, subsidy, we're spending $16 billion or something in 2021 on subsidy. So we simply cannot afford it any longer. So it's not even a question of whether you want to remove it or not. It is almost like an existential issue. And we've already signed the petroleum PIB bill to liberate the oil and gas sector, which mandates that you remove subsidy. So it's not a matter of whether you want it or not. It's now a matter of law that you have to remove the subsidy. So when you remove the subsidy right now, $16 billion, that's what we're using. That the next category of whatever we're spending Forex on is like almost for machines and all. Machineries is like maybe $2 or $3 billion. Imagine how much stability our exchange rate will get if you can get rid of the subsidy. Because I mean, we're a useless country. We're importing what we have and exporting what we don't have. We import refined fuel. We actually swap. We take our crude, give it to some refineries, they refine it to us, they bring it in, and we pay for that. So that means people are getting money from crude swaps. People are also getting money from bringing the oil in. And then when they bring it in, they have the choices of lying, declaring incorrect volume, do round tripping. And when that fuel lands, you have the issue of arbitrage. In Cameroon, is expensive. In Benin Republic, is expensive. In Niger, is expensive. So there's no way that there's not going to be corruption, because the arbitrage is like you have a monkey and you put some bananas on the floor and you tell that monkey not to eat those bananas. Is that even possible? Like, as long as our neighbors are selling it cheap, we will always take tankers and go and sell it in the neighboring countries. So it's a scam. So, and we cannot, I mean, at this point, we can't afford it. And at this point, is law to get rid of subsidy. So we have to get rid of subsidy. We can't, it's not something we can sustain. And then look at the opportunity cost. What more could we be spending 16 billion, I mean, how many, $16 billion a year on? That could be what we're spending to fix our power. That is what we can use to build the rail system across the country. But what are we spending on? Subsidy. So if you want to continue to subsidize, I think they should reform it. Don't eliminate it, like reform it. You can mandate some sort of relief, don't call it subsidy, by making everybody that files taxes to get some form of tax returns. That will subsidize transportation. And then you not only, subsidize people, but you also get more people in your tax base. So you use one move to collect, you use one move to solve two serious problems. We get more revenues because you increase your tax base. You can get everybody that is filing taxes. And then you can now relieve people that are actually poor, not people that have oil importing licenses or people that have tankers moving ships all over the place. So subsidy is a no-brainer. We need to get rid of it. I just said I should join before you guys leave. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for explaining, because I was trying to explain it, but I was confusing myself. The opportunity cost perfectly explains what I was trying to say.
Right.
So did you say yes? Just to
remove it.
Clarity. Remove it.
Reform it. Remove it and reform. Remove it. Get rid of it. We can't afford it.
Remove it suddenly or gradually?
No, I mean, when I say remove it, it's not gang. I mean, it's gradually. Because look, diesel and kerosene, they are deregulated. They're not subsidized, and we're still buying it, aren't we? So we'll get used to the price. I mean, petrol too can get deregulated. It's not going to be the end of the world. Benin Republic is not dead. Congo is not dead. They're not subsidized. They're poorer than us. They're still existing. But we have a lot of infrastructural deficiency in that country, and we're wasting $16 billion on a product that we should be refining. Like, it's brain dead to keep doing this nonsense. And I mean, we have NNPC now that they've gone, they've incorporated. They can sell the refineries now. They can sell it. We have 250,000 in Port Harcourt. We have how many in Warri and Kaduna? Sell those things off. They're never going to fix it. So let's not even encourage them to fix it. Just sell them. We will have refining capacity internally. Dangote will refine. There are modular refineries out there. They will refine. We need to turn Nigeria to a petrochemical exporting country. That is our comparative. That's our competitive advantage. We have crude for crying out loud. We should be exporting a lot of petrochemicals in that country, but we're not serious.
So what keeps you up at night, and then we can end the show?
That's security. Security. Oh, security and economy that's about to blow up in Nigeria. Before the end of the year, dollars will get to over 1,000. Like, it's serious.
Well, I think we've talked a lot anyway. My job here is to be the co-host, and most of the opinions expressed here by myself those are my opinions and not Dr. Damage's, right? I want to make that very clear. I think for me, what keeps up my nights is in Nigeria, I don't know, it's just common sense is not common. And it's not an insult because I'm a Nigerian too. I'm an American citizen, but I'm still Nigerian to the core. And quite frankly, when I get to it, I would like to come and retire here, if possible. When I'm in my prime and I make a lot of money, God willing, come here, establish a hospital. Being here, treating people and being a doctor here. Sometimes I think about, a lot of what I've learned here and what I can be able to achieve back home. But when I think about how messy things are and how people, if I go back here, even with my own little funds, people will try to frustrate me. Nigeria is a very special place where you will even come with your own money to come and develop things, and someone will frustrate you to leave. But that is what keeps you up at night. Common sense has refused to be common in Nigeria. All right, I think that's all for today. Thank you all for sharing your opinion. Alaro of Nigeria, thank you for coming on the show. Onochie,
thank you, Dr. Dominic, for taking over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okeja, who is answering his phone. Thank you. And Kulata, sorry you left there quickly. Thank you for coming on the show and explaining a little bit for us. For everyone else who joined us on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, thank you all for joining us today. Okay. All right, everyone. Have a good day.
Have a nice day.
God bless you all. Bye.
Bye.